Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Menlo Park City Council. Today is January 28th. I'm calling the meeting to order. I would like to first introduce the City Council members. To my far left is Councilmember Catherine Carlton. To my immediate left is Vice Mayor Drew Combs. To my far right is Councilmember Betsy Nash, and to my far right is Councilmember Ray Mueller. Off the dais is our Assistant City Attorney, Cara Silver, and to her right is our City Manager, Starla Jerome Robinson, and off the dais to the right is our City Clerk, Judy Herron. Can we all rise so that we can do the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you would like to speak on any agenda item this evening, please provide the City Clerk with a speaker card for public comment. Members of the public are encouraged to direct their questions and comments to the City Council. I will ask the staff to respond to questions at the completion of the public comment period. First on the agenda is the presentations and proclamations. The first one is our STEM winner.
Mayor Taylor, before presentations, we do have the public comment period.
Are there any public comment cards? Okay. We have 6. Oh, thank you. Okay, under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject that's not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. Our first public speaker is Judy Adams. No. I don't think they turn it off.
Testing. Here we go. We got action. And then when you're done, if you could just set it right back here. It's off.
Good evening. I'm here tonight with a friend and fellow Menlo Park neighbor, Richard Duda. My name is Judy Adams. I am in Betsy Nash's district, 737 Live Oak Avenue. I'm here with a Menlo Park friend and neighbor, Richard Duda, to speak about a global issue that we want to put before the council members as they prepare for Wednesday's goal-setting workshop on an urgent global local issue like climate change that cities must address. Nuclear weapons issues are not usually on city agenda. But just as climate change is a global threat to the planet, that cities must make plans to protect lives and resources, so are nuclear weapons in an unstable and increasingly violent world. We are proposing that Menlo Park, as it joined Mayors for Peace in 2018 on Hiroshima Day, to now join the Back from the Brink movement, founded by the Union of Concerned Scientists and Physicians for Social Responsibility. This year, as you set your plans for 2020, there's time to plan for the peaceful change this terrible anniversary requires. To strengthen the ties with sister cities, to educate about cultural diversity, the power of nonviolence, to promote in the city peace and understanding, conflict resolution skills on all levels of interaction, to support treaties and laws that protect us, including from nuclear disasters, to teach science and the art of peacemaking in school and the workplace by education and example. The city took the first step in aligning with Mayors for Peace. We urge the city to take the next step to join Back from the Brink, 42 U.S. cities and growing in the U.S., and work with volunteers in other cities to forge a peaceful world and step back from the specter of global disaster. This ideal has a practical goal: survival. There are resources we must use to defuse violent conflict and avoid the unthinkable climate change vector, a nuclear accident or intentional use of nuclear weapons. We have volunteers ready to help choose language for a resolution from the city, similar to the Mayors for Peace revolution, and to take this opportunity to include this global and local issue in your 2020 planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. The next public speaker is Richard Duda.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, Council members Carlton, Miller, and Nash, and staff. My name is Richard Duda. I live in West Menlo Park at 590 Vine Street. I've been there for 52 years, and this is my first opportunity to speak to the City Council. Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm old enough to remember Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At one time, I worked on the missile control systems for the Atlas missile. I know what a 20 megaton bomb can do to a city. I'm also very aware that the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists has just recently set their clock back to 100 seconds before midnight, which is the shortest time they've ever had it at. I'm here to endorse the proposal that Judy Adams mentioned for back from the brink. I think it may sound like a small step, but it's a step that cities can take, and I think it's a significant one. And I hope you agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duda, for your public comment. The next public speaker is Elias Blowy.
Good evening, Council. Elias Blowy, Menlo Park resident. I'm here to discuss city big picture and priorities at the intersection of a recent experience, providing a personal snapshot on one priority of the city, and the intersection of various agenda topics this evening and your upcoming goal-setting session. My perspective these days is that, frankly, we are in business for business and commercial development in Menlo Park. We don't have our priorities screwed on right. It is crowding out our other priorities. It is crowding out our resources. It is crowding out our very streets. It is crowding out your staff. It is crowding out your diversity, our diversity. It is crowding out our housing. Enough. Recent experience, solar remodel. New term, unknown in the Menlo Park Building Department, essentially, which is basically simply trying to bring a solar system up to date on a cost-effective basis. You have very competent staff. They're nice, they're professional, and so on. They have too much to do. I sit there, four times for a supposed counter permit, more than a month. No institutional knowledge or experience on this whatsoever. The only thing they have any experience on is pulling panels off roofs for re-roofing. These panels are toxic in terms of disposal. No visibility on any issue like that. PG&E rates are, and the way the structure is for solar is changing under our very noses. No comprehension of any of this. I could go on and would be happy to explain offline, but again, it's not that any fault of your staff, but what I saw in there by contrast was things that look literally like Dead Sea Scrolls, ginormous worth of commercial development plans, constant traffic through the office. That's where the resources are right now. I don't think that's right. You know, we've won the dubious distinction for massive office development in recent years. That's not right. Look at your agenda this evening. I think we're about to give short shrift to an STR topic. It says in there, if you read the fine print, 25 to 35% of our units coming online are being absorbed by corporate leases. That's absurd. It's happening right under our noses. Clean environment. Again, my comments spoke to that, but I don't see it. And we want to do it, but I just don't see the staff there. You have in front of you a staff discussion this evening. But I think the resources start with they're not in the right place. So I'd urge you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. The next public speaker is Michael Duran.
I've been called worse. Michael Dorn, I live in District 4 of the city. I'm also on the Planning Commission. I want to make clear I'm here in my personal capacity and not as a representative of the Planning Commission. You all are probably aware of recent state legislation regarding accessory dwelling units, ADUs, liberalizing local regulation of those ADUs, and legitimizing existing non-conforming ADUs. Menlo zoning calls them SDUs, secondary dwelling units. You may also be aware that Menlo Park ordinances are not in conformity with current state law that went into effect January 1st. I've been assured that city staff is working with city attorney to get our ordinances into compliance as soon as possible, and I'm sure that that's correct. But I would urge you to ensure that we go beyond minimal compliance with state law. ADUs, I think, have a significant role to play in our housing problems here in Menlo Park and the affordability problem. Aside from adding, more units to the total, they help the situation in, I believe, unique ways. They have potential to help the situation in unique ways. They give an avenue to housing to people at really probably the bottom rung of the ladder. They're probably the most affordable privately produced housing other than BMR units. They give people a rung on the ladder to home ownership. They make home ownership easier for people just starting out on that path. They make continued affordability easier for people that are struggling with that. They allow seniors to age in place. They allow families with boomerang kids to have those kids back in a way that doesn't drive everybody crazy. So I think they have the potential to do a lot of good things. I would like to see an overhaul of Menlo Park ordinances regarding ADUs that goes beyond minimal compliance with the state law. the devil is in the details in the implementation of the state law, and I want to see it done in a way that's pro-ADU. Additionally, I think there's a lot of other things that the city could be doing to encourage ADU construction. Other cities and localities, San Diego County, for instance, has a set of standard ADU plans available for free on their website. Anyone can download those, take them to the building department. The building department's seen them before. It's easy for them to approve. San Mateo County has a pilot program for a one-stop shop where a nonprofit comes in and helps coach people through the approval process. We could be part of a program like that. I would like to see this not left just to the planning division and the professional staff. I think there are important policy issues contained here, and I'd like to see the City Council set this as a priority at your priority setting meeting on Thursday. I've also proposed in a letter I sent to you today consideration of a committee that would be formed jointly from City Council, Planning Commission, and Housing Commission to consider these issues. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. The next speaker is Patty Fry.
Good evening. I'm Patty Fry, former planning commissioner and current Menlo Park resident. I wanted to talk a little bit about goal setting. I have a conflict on Thursday afternoon, so I wanted to speak tonight. The context for the goal setting is we're in an environment with frequent gridlock throughout town. It's probably worse east of 101, but it's happening on El Camino now with the two largest projects on El Camino still under construction. And the largest project in Menlo Park's history winding its way through the review process. There's a regional and local jobs housing imbalance that Menlo Park played a very big part by becoming a job center. Our general plan and specific plan are reaching their caps in office caps in less than 4 years and 8 years respectively out of 25 and 30-year plans. So some questions I hope that you will ask of yourselves are, what did I do to improve the housing crisis? The zoning rules could be re-swizzled so that project after project doesn't worsen the jobs housing imbalance. Tonight's project on Santa Cruz is an example where 13 units could have been built, but only 4 are proposed. So there's something in the rules that are, in a sense, promoting a different mix of uses. The 2 big projects on El Camino could have built combined, if the cap had allowed, 828 housing units, but together they only provide less than 400. So there's some rules that could be changed. What did you do? What did I do, if I were you, to tackle climate change? The transportation impact analysis standard setting is a good start, but there are other standards that, if they were in place this year, could have some impact on the largest project coming forward in Menlo Park's history. So I ask you to think about 3 to 5 goals, no more, that are really important to try to get done in the next year. Establish some goals for the next 3 months, the next 6 months, and hold yourselves accountable. Manage them. You can't manage what you don't measure. I would suggest you track things monthly and ask that every agenda topic, there's a 2-month agenda topic list that comes out. Have it address which of the priorities they're addressing. On every staff report, ask which of the priorities are they doing. So, think big, but also think locally and set some aggressive goals to change what's going on in Menlo Park. We don't want to have everything crowded out. Thank you.
Ms. Fry, I have a follow-up question. Are you going to submit your suggestions on the website?
I could.
Would you please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
The next public speaker is Charlie Peter.
Yes, Madam Mayor and City Council, my name is Charlie Peters, Clean Air Performance Professionals, we represent a coalition of motorists. That's people who drive cars. That's not always the most popular thing in the world these days, but that's what we do. We believe, first of all, I was in Hawaii at Pearl Harbor when it happened. The shrapnel was landing in the front yard. I was a little guy, but I was there. My father was at Iwitok for the Marshall Islands hydrogen tests, and he died of a very unusual cancer, and it gets about everybody that was there died of cancer. So I have some idea in my life of some of the issues that are on the table tonight. I will say to you that I believe significant improvements in fixing and making what we're doing more respectful, to improve the performance of our current systems, can do things like reduce global warming gases in the state of California 50% in 6 months while providing benefits to the public, no costs. Lowering the price of gasoline, improving the roads, making a system that will be about, instead of having punishment to destroy jobs and destroy the issues that have made this place the most marvelous place in the world, instead let's go to a system that's about respect and treating people respectfully and incorporating more positive outcomes. Like I said, we have a proposal in front of you. Is a meeting that we had Thursday of this week with the new director of the Department of Consumer Affairs, who licenses about 3 to 4 million entities in the state of California. We had the great pleasure of meeting with her for over an hour with very specific suggestions on a process that costs the state of California $1 billion a year, and we think that could be doubled in effectiveness in 6 months flat with no cost to the public whatsoever, resulting in significant reductions in global warming, significant improvements in how the public is treated, significant improvements in ethics and quality to make tomorrow a better time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Our last public speaker is Gail Wilkerson.
Good evening, Council. I returned back to an old problem I've had for about the last almost 4 years, 3.5 years, with renting a space on Willow Road. And I haven't been able to rent a space because there's been some restrictions that's really, to me, outlandish, and to the owner also. She's not able to rent the space because the city claims it's not enough parking spaces. And I did ask for help, and I was told to get the owner involved. The owner installed the entire parking lot. And the building department doesn't want to seem to recognize that those are additional parking spaces there. So I've come before you to ask again, because spaces for office spaces are, far between, and there are people gouging and whatnot. I really like to be there. I'm not going to give up, even though currently I'm working out the trunk of my car and it's tax season. It seems like they're fixated on money because they're wanting a large fee, and I don't see the difference. If I pay the fee, voila, parking spaces. Why? That's why the owner won't pay it. I guess you call it a variance that they want them to pay, but I don't see the point in that either. So I'm asking you if you could take time out, and I'll send another letter to see if I can get some more help with this. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. Ms. Jerome Robertson, I'm not sure which staff person to have follow up with her to get her contact info. I actually remember when you came to the council a couple years ago.
I think our assistant city manager will follow up with her.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers? Okay. So the next item is a proclamation for our STEM winner. I would like to invite Om Chaya to join me. The annual symposium on Synopsis Championship showcases students in Santa Clara County of California who will become our future scientists, technology experts, engineers, and mathematicians. This regional competition celebrates achievement by middle and high school students supported by their parents, teachers, and schools. On behalf of the Menlo Park City Council, we would like to present a certificate of recognition to Om Chaya for his participation and honorable mention award for wearable personalized health information systems projects at the 2019 Synopsis Championship. Om Chaya wanted to explain to you all what his project was about.
First of all, thank you everyone for having me here, especially Mr. Williams. Thank you. My name is Om, as said, and my project is a wearable device that is able to communicate, that uses Alexa to communicate with the person. So basically, the background of this is essentially just most of the time people might be feeling sick or ill and they want to go to the doctor, but that usually takes a lot of time. There's a lot of time to set up an appointment. There's a lot of time to get an appointment with the doctor. There's a lot of time to just know about your health. So what this device does is it uses Alexa to communicate with the person. How it works is it uses a bunch of sensors that sense about your temperature, your blood oxygen levels, and your heart rate, and it would send them to Alexa, and Alexa will be able to converse them with the person using knowledge from WebMD and other sources. So this device will be able to communicate with the user and talk to them about how they should be feeling. Like if the person was sick at home and wanted to know about their health, they'd be able to use these sensors and they'd be able to, in live time, know how they're feeling and know about their health. Thank you.
We want to take a picture. Next on the agenda is a presentation from Mid-Penn Open Space District. Assistant General Manager Susanna Chan will be making the presentation.
I'm not Susanna Chan, but she'll be with you shortly. So good evening, Mayor Taylor and council members. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. And for me, this is an opportunity to fulfill a campaign commitment when I was running for the Mid-Penn board, and that was to update and present on Mid-Penn activities relevant especially to this community, but also the broader community as well. And for some, I understand, too, this will be an introduction to Mid-Penn, and all the better. So, even though I was not a stranger to Mid-Penn Interregional Open Space District, I have to say that I was surprised and have been surprised at the degree of complexity and depth and range of issues that are involved in the execution of Mid-Penn projects. And I've been grateful for my time as a planning commissioner and city council member. I've been even more grateful for the expertise, experience, and dedication of the Mid-Penn staff. And among those, I would like to introduce the General Manager, Ana Ruiz.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members, and thank you again for this opportunity. My name is Ana Ruiz. I'm the General Manager of the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, and I wanted to give you a little bit of background about the district before we give you a little bit more information. For those who may not know us very well, or others who know a little bit about us, Mid-Penn was formed back in 1972 as a result of residents' grassroots efforts to protect and conserve the character and the beauty of the region. Back in that time, and what certainly exists today too, there was concern about the changes to the environment and the character given the development that was occurring at that time and the development that was creeping into the foothills and the hillsides of our region. And there was a group of residents who felt that it was really important to protect our natural resources, to protect the scenic beauty, the resources that make this region so special and that help us remain sustainable over the long term. So in 1972, there was a ballot measure that passed, forming Mid-Penn for the first time. And I wanted to read a piece of the measure back then. It was Measure R, that was certainly very powerful back then and is still very powerful today, that really speaks to the values of Mid-Penn open space. And it states, Measure R will preserve open space by creating the Mid-Peninsula Regional now Open Space District. Open space is our green backdrop of hills. It is rolling grasslands, cool forests in the Coast Range, orchards and vineyards in the sun. It is a patch of grass between communities where children can run. It is uncluttered baylands where waterbirds wheel and soar, where blowing cordgrass yields its blessings of oxygen, where the din of urban life gives way to the soft sounds of nature. It is the serene, unbuilt, unspoiled earth that awakens all our senses and makes us whole again. It is room to breathe. And so, with that, Mid-Penn was formed originally in western Santa Clara County and now also encompasses most of San Mateo County and most recently expanded out to the San Mateo County coast in 2004. And our mission encompasses the preservation of a green belt of open space lands, the protection and restoration of the natural resources, providing ecologically sensitive public enjoyment and education, and now also along the coast side areas. It also includes the preservation of important agricultural lands, the preservation of its rural character, and encourage viable agricultural uses of the land resources. So with that preface, I want to bring up Susanna Chen, our Assistant General Manager, to give you a little bit more about Mid-Penn.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Council, for this opportunity for us to present before you to talk about something that we are so passionate about, the open space that belongs to all of us. I just want to provide you a little bit information about our organization and also highlight some of our regional trail partnership efforts. As Anna mentioned, we are a local government agency formed in 1972. We have about 180 employees with 600 volunteers. We are governed by a 7-member elected board of directors. Each board director was elected to represent a geographic ward of within our district, and they serve a 4-year term. Our primary funding comes from property tax. This is our preserve maps with almost 64,000 acres of open space in 26 preserves. Our boundaries stretch from St. Carlos to Los Gatos, from San Francisco Bay to the coast. It covers 17 cities in 3 counties. The residents of Menlo Park can access to our preserve. The closest one is the Ravenswood Open Space Preserve. You're probably pretty familiar with it. But you can also just get up 84 to reach the northern part of our preserve where you can find amazing redwoods. You can also just use, take Page Mill Road to get to the central part of our district where you can find rolling grassland and oak woodlands. There are plenty of opportunity for people of all ages to participate in healthy and ecologically sensitive recreation in our preserve, and all of our activities are free to the public. Anna mentioned that when the district celebrates our 40 years anniversary in 2012, the district launched a robust public process to systematically develop a vision plan for the next 40 years. Through this process, we identified 54 priority areas for projects. Within that, 25 of them are high priorities. After this robust public process, the development of the vision plan, in 2014, Rota approved the Measure AA, which authorized Mid-Plan to issue over close to $300 million of general obligation bonds. This money is dedicated to fund projects within the 25 high priority project areas. We are 6 years into delivering the Measure AA projects. We have made great progress. Here are just some highlights of our accomplishment. We have preserved almost over 2,000 acres of new land. We also restore watershed, forest, and grassland. We opened several preserves to the public, built new trails, and we also expanded the dog access in our preserve. As part of our public process to develop the vision plan, we learned that one of the dominant themes from our constituent is that they were looking for a continuous integrated trail system to connect the people to our open space. 19 of the 25 high priority project area have regional trail connections components to the projects. Pursuing regional trail connections allow MIPAN to coordinate and partner with our agents, other agencies, and the communities. Today, I want to highlight some of our partnership efforts, including the Bay Trail, the Ridge Trail, and Bay to the Sea Trail. Bay Trail is a vision of building 500 miles of trail along the Bay Shore, connecting many of the cities and counties. Last year, they celebrated their 30-year anniversary, and they have made great progress over the last 30 years. Close to 70% of the trail has been completed. MIPAN is currently working to close a very critical gap in Bay Trail, connecting close to 80 miles of continuous Bay Trails. This gap is located between University Avenue in East Palo Alto and Menlo Park and our Ravenswood open space. We are working closely with you to advance these projects. Through this process to develop the projects, you have supported us to apply grant funds. You facilitate, you also streamline the permitting process to allow us to move the project forward. We are now in construction, and we're making great progress in constructing the projects. This pictures was just taken last week. You can see the boardwalk is taking shape, and a lot of trail has been paved. We are on track to complete the project this summer. Connecting the Ravenswood Trail to other part of the region is the Bay to Sea Trail. This is a vision of 40 miles of multi-use trail connecting the bay through the peninsula to the coast. The Peninsula Open Space Trust is the leading agency to lead the planning and coordination efforts of this trail. We are a close partner with Post. This is the preliminary alignment of this regional trail. As you can see, MIPAN owns the land on both ends of this trail. We can provide the anchor of this future regional trails. Another very important regional trail system in the region is the Ridge Trail. We have over 30 years of partnership with the Ridge Trail. The mission of Ridge Trail is to provide a continuous trail system along the ridge line in the San Francisco Bay Area. The first Ridge Trail dedication was happening on MIPAN land in 1989, 30 years ago. Over the last 30 years, we have dedicated over 36 miles of our trail as part of the Ridge Trail. And we continue to work with Ridge Trail to advance both our agencies' missions. Currently, we're working on one of the large freeway overcrossing project to over Highway 17, which is one of our priority that we're working actively on. I don't have time to talk about all the partnership projects, but I just want to show you all the projects, all the partners that we're working with. And the lineup is really impressive, and we want to thank Menlo Park as one of our important partners. I talked a lot about our projects. I just want to highlight some of the activities that you can do in our preserve. We have over 240 miles of trails. We have 16 of our preserve allow mountain biking, and 11 of our preserve are dog friendly. We have a campsite, and we have a lot of docent-led tours. Over the each year, we plan over 100 of docent-led hikes that are fun and educational. You can learn a lot from those tours, including learning about the redwoods, learning about earthquake, learning about mushrooms. And all of those hikes are free to the public. Most of them do not require registration. You just show up. Obviously, we cannot do all this work on our own. Every year, 600 volunteers participated and contributed over 20,000 hours to support our programs and our operations. Their participation is the key to MIPAN's success. And we greatly appreciate their contribution and their participations. So whether you want to plan your next adventure or you want to look for opportunity to volunteer, just contact us, and information is up here. So that concludes our presentations.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the council? No? Anybody? Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
I'm curious what kind of bird it is that we're looking at right now.
Western Bluebird.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I have only done one of the trails and definitely not the entire length of it. So I'm looking forward to the weather warming up.
Just in conclusion, thank you again, and I want to invite you all. I never did say who I'm Karen Holman, board member. Just in conclusion, I want to invite you all, each of you, to come to Preserve sooner than later. Don't delay, don't put it off. You'll be amazed and invigorated and refreshed by coming to one of the preserves. They're beautiful, gorgeous, and impressive. And the docents were mentioned, some of the volunteers were mentioned. The docents go through 100 hours of training. It's a really impressive dedication and amount of training that the docents get. So I encourage you to come tomorrow. Come tomorrow. And the Ravenswood Trail and the connection that's being completed there just makes a fantastic ability to go a long distance on a singular trail. And Anna, did you have anything to add?
I would just echo the invitation, and if any of you would like to come out, I'd be happy to be your docent for the day. So please come out and enjoy your open space.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff, or member of the public requests that item to be discussed or continued to a later date. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this consent calendar? So does anyone want to pull any item off the consent calendar? Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Do I have a second?
The motion passes unanimously.
The next item on the agenda is our public hearing. This public hearing is a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. G1, adopt a resolution number 6535 to approve architectural control, a vesting tentative map, removal of one on-street parking space, and denial of a variance for a mixed-use development at 706 to 716 Santa Cruz Avenue, and adopt resolution number 6536 to approve a below-market rate housing agreement with 706 to 716 Santa Cruz Avenue. To introduce the item, we have Senior Planner Katie Mador to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So this project is for a mixed-use development at 706 to 716 Santa Cruz Avenue. So the project site is located within the El Camino downtown specific plan area. You'll see outlined in red is the project site on this map, and it is at the intersection of Santa Cruz Avenue and Chestnut Street. So currently it's occupied by Juban Restaurant and Tech Loop and a portion of Ace Hardware, and it is also the site of the vacant Union Bank. So the mixed-use project is 3 stories. It includes office use, retail use, and residential use, all of which are allowed under the specific plan. It has a total square footage of approximately 46,900 square feet. On the ground floor, there is approximately 12,000 square feet of retail space, and on the second and third floors, there's a combined square footage of about 23,400 square feet of office, and then on the third level, there are 4 3-bedroom residential units. So as part of the project, there is a subdivision as well to subdivide the commercial space into commercial condos and to create 4 residential condo units. So this is a elevation or rendering of the Chestnut Street elevation. So the project is actually has street frontages on 3 sides: Santa Cruz Avenue, Chestnut Street, and Chestnut Lane, which you can see here. So site access would be, so for vehicles, site access would be off Chestnut Lane. You can see the garage entrance there. So the public would be able to park in the garage during the business hours when using the retail spaces. There would be 2 levels of below-grade parking that would be shared between the different uses. As part of the project, the applicant is also proposing a new sidewalk on Chestnut Lane that would increase pedestrian safety and accessibility along Chestnut Lane and also to the parking plaza. So Chestnut Lane would also be the primary fire access for the site, and to accommodate that, there would be 1 parking space that would be removed on Chestnut Street. So as part of the project review, the project and the BMR proposal did go to the Housing Commission on May 1st, 2019. The Housing Commission unanimously recommended approval of a payment of a BMR in lieu fee. This was based on the construction cost of the residential units and then the ongoing costs and fees that BMR owners would have to be responsible for the HOA dues. Currently, the in lieu fee is estimated to be approximately $430,000, but that would be updated based on our current fee schedule. I will also note that the BMR fee is required based on the commercial square footage for the project, and the residential portion of the project does not trigger the BMR fee. So the project also went to the Planning Commission on December 11, 2017 with the initial project proposal. The Planning Commission did continue the project at that point with primarily feedback on the site layout and pedestrian and vehicle safety as it related to Chestnut Lane, and then also directed the applicant to look at revisions to the design to make the character more intimate and pedestrian friendly, and that included looking at the use of materials. So after this meeting, the applicant they hired a new architect and did an extensive redesign of the building that included changes to the architectural style and also extensive changes to the circulation on Chestnut Lane, including moving the proposed sidewalk onto the site rather than off-site. So on September 17, 2018, the project went back to the Planning Commission as a study session item, and at that study session, the feedback was generally positive. And then finally, the project went to Planning Commission this past December 9th, and the Planning Commission reviewed the project and recommended approval of the subdivision, architectural control, parking removal, and BMR agreement. The Planning Commission did make a motion to recommend approval of the variance. However, that motion failed with a split vote. The applicant is proposing 6 skylights on the 3rd floor office space. These would exceed the maximum 38-foot height limit. They would encroach into that by approximately 3 foot 2 inches. So staff believes that several of the findings for this can't be made and therefore recommends denial. However, if the City Council believes that the findings can be made, they can make the decision to approve the variance. So the recommended actions for the City Council tonight are to, well, for Attachment A, would be to approve the major subdivision, the architectural control, and parking removal, and deny the variance. And then for attachment B would be to approve the BMR agreement. So that concludes my presentation. The applicant also has a presentation on the project, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, would the applicant come forward?
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of the council. My name is Bob Giannini. I'm with Form 4 Architecture. Thank you. My office is in San Francisco, but I actually am a 37-year resident in Menlo Park. I'm also here with the owner of the project, Oros, who can also answer questions as they come up. But what we wanted to do is organize the presentation to really hit on what were the sort of major points that have come up through the course of the entire project, and it's really it's all over the map, from sort of the scale and context and sort of the aesthetic aspects of the project to the conformance with the downtown plans and sort of meeting the goals of the downtown plan. What we've done with Chestnut Lane to kind of make that more of an amenity to the city. Talk a little bit about the multi-use nature of the project, because I know there has been a lot of talk about housing, too much housing, too little housing, and you will really see that it's kind of a balance of fitting the multi-use functions into the building that are desired by the downtown plan and sort of optimizing that. And then finally, the skylight question. So as Katie pointed out, the site is bounded by Ace Hardware up at the top there, and then Chestnut Lane and Chestnut Avenue, Santa Cruz. And again, buildings that are on the street in downtown do have a special relationship with the street and with pedestrians. And so this is really a very different project than I think a lot of the projects that are going on now on El Camino. The goal here is to really make this project feel like it fits into the context of downtown. So this is an image actually looking down Chestnut Lane, and I like this image because if you squint, the sort of the scale and sort of texture of the new building to the right is very similar to sort of the texture of the existing buildings on the other side. So there was a lot of effort put into this to make sure that the building would not sort of overpower the street. One of the other things about the building is we have a very strong horizontal at the second floor, the top of the second floor. So it's again to try and bring the mass of the building down and make it feel more part of downtown. And then maybe going through a couple of the points. We think the building is extroverted. That's the way my office likes to design. One of the ways that happens is by using clear glass, bay windows that kind of push the building out onto the street. And then interesting, and we call them aspirational elements, but they're those things you see in a building where you look and you go, I wonder what it's like to be up there. So we like to put those kind of things in the building, and I'll point that out. It's very much a people-level scale. It's a modern building. I think buildings should be of their time, but it's what we call warm modern. So it's warm materials, limestone, buff color, the clear glass for transparency, and wood soffits. This is the Santa Cruz elevation. And again, working with the downtown plan, it's actually quite strict about the modulation of the building. So you can see here, this sort of precisely follows the downtown plan with its setbacks and whatever. But within those guidelines, we kind of have the flexibility on how we sort of treat the detail of it. So we wanted to make the retail spaces be just as inviting as they can, putting sunshades. There's a curved element at the sunshade above the retail storefronts to kind of make it, kind of loosen it up a little bit and kind of relax it a little bit. And then just using this kind of color palette of sort of the really warm, dark colors. The corner of the building, the corner there is the corner of Chestnut and Santa Cruz, is designed so that if a restaurant chooses to come here, we can open that up with operable windows. They're fixed at this point in case it is not a restaurant, but the building is designed with that flexibility. Again, we have designed buildings downtown, in some of the cities nearby, and the idea of doing the bay windows at the office, I think, helps the office feel like it's part of the whole vitality of the downtown. One thing that does is it brings a lot of people downtown, which is bad perhaps for traffic, but good for the vitality of the street. Right now there are vacant storefronts on Santa Cruz, and the goal would be to maybe do a building that's the mixed-use goal of the downtown plan actually is to be able to get more people downtown and sort of increase kind of the liveliness of downtown. Again, we talked a little bit about the modulation. A requirement of the downtown plan is that occasionally it pops up. So here actually you see the third floor sort of peeking up above the horizontal on the second floor. This is Chestnut Lane. A lot of time was spent on this working with our neighbors. One of the big moves, of course, was pulling a sidewalk. It's actually our arcade, but it becomes sort of a city sidewalk that pulls off of Chestnut Lane so it doesn't reduce it, but gives sort of a safe way and a sort of a really pleasant way to sort of enter the parking court that's in back of Santa Cruz. We also moved the garage to the far end so that now it's the furthest away from the businesses across the street, which was sort of a way to work with that. But also, by putting the garage entrance there, it allows a straight shot down into the garage, so it doesn't have the problem of a previous design where you would have had to make several sharp turns, which would have delayed people getting off the street. So the whole goal there is to try and get people down quickly and sort of avoid any backup on the street. Getting a little bit into the mixed-use nature. Oh, actually, this plan shows how the garage entry now goes straight down along the side. The ground floor, the purple is the retail spaces. It's designed so it can be 2 spaces, 3 spaces, or there's a lot of flexibility in how that can work. The lobby entrance for the office building is quite small and tucks between, and the residential entry is the yellow to the left. So that is a lobby for the residences, the stair there, their own elevator, and that goes up to the 3rd floor. Also in this floor is the ADA parking and a way to service the back of each of the retail, so it gets cars and service needs off the street. These are all 3 floors, so you can see the ground floor at the bottom that we just talked about. The 2nd floor is office. And the 3rd floor are the 4 residential units and a small, just a little over 2,000 square feet of office on the 3rd floor. The reason there's a little bit of office up there is because it actually leads to the variance question too. Because we pulled the building back to create the sidewalk on Chestnut Lane, and also because we had to preserve 18 cars that actually belong to this particular development, but they had to be retained in addition to the required cars for this particular project. That all sort of squished the building a little bit on the site. We're allowed to have 1 FAR of office, and again, just the nasty economics of a project like this is it's really the office piece that can help finance the retail and the residential. So we really did, to make the project work, we really did need to find a place to put that last little bit of office. But it'll make a spectacular little space up there for someone. You can see the gray around all the residential areas. That's all deck up above that would be planted. And again, the idea is sort of this balance. It's balancing sort of retail, office, and the residential units to create a mixed-use project that was, again, the goal of the downtown plan. A section, this just shows a bit of, there's 1.5 levels of underground parking to get that to all fit in. And this was just to show how the line of sights work and looking at the project. Talking just a brief bit about the variance. Because we did have to push the office to the top, and because the height restrictions are fairly low, it's a very, very low ceiling in that office area. And skylights would help mitigate that, besides the fact that skylights are just a nice way to, sort of a healthy thing, and people do like light. So we did indicate in the findings that because of the fact that we had to pull the building back to create the sidewalk, preserve the 18 cars, it really pushed that office function up to the top. The skylights we're talking about, you can see in the section at the top of the screen, and in the image and the rendering at the bottom corner, that would be the view of the skylights. They're impossible to see from the street. They're actually tucked up behind, and so there would be no public awareness that they exist. But for the users of the office, who are also Menlo Park citizens, it would be a good way to make that space just a nicer space. So that's why we requested the variance. We indicated our responses on the findings, and again, it was very close in the Planning Commission meeting, a split vote, but we did want to tell you why we suggested what we did. And that is our presentation. Would be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Giannini. Are there any follow-up questions from council? Councilmember Kat Carlton? You sure? Okay. Okay. Councilmember Nash.
Where are where are the fire hydrant hookups? Are they going to be on the Santa Cruz Avenue side or on the Chestnut side?
They are on the Chestnut side. All the utilities are on the far end of Chestnut and down Chestnut Lane.
No, that's
And again, we're
great.
also removing several of the existing overhead power lines and undergrounding that. There's one power pole that has to remain to get power across the street, since all the rest of the power in that area is on above ground.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Drew Combs.
So the Planning Commission denied the variance, and so if that action is replicated tonight, what does that do to the project? Does that mean that in place of those skylights, you'll just have a regular ceiling?
It does, yes. Yes.
My turn? Sorry. I apologize. I'm very sick tonight, so if I'm... excuse me. Did you use all the FAR that was available?
Yes.
And that's why the office space on the third floor is smaller and has so much balcony?
Oh, the balcony is not part of FAR, and it's an addition. So the balcony exists just because of the geometry of the building.
Right, but potentially it could be larger if you had more FAR, is my question.
If we had more FAR, yes, the building could be larger.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, if I remember correctly, and please correct me if I don't remember correctly, if it's 4 or fewer living spaces, they don't need to provide a BMR unit. They just give cash. If it's 5, they legally have to provide a BMR unit?
Katie may correct me on this, but if it's 4, then there's no obligation, but they are paying BMR funds for the commercial condominium.
Yeah, my question is, if it's 5, they have to actually provide the unit. At what point do they need to provide a BMR unit and not just the cash?
So for the residential component, it'd be 5 or more, they would be subject to the BMR unit or a BMR obligation, and so between 5 and 10 units, it's 10%. So if it was 5, it'd be 0.5 of a unit, and so then it would be a conversation of, you can't get 0.5, so is that...
So functionally it's 6 then, or 7? How many units before it's triggered that they have to make one of them BMR?
It would be over 10.
It would be over 10. Okay, good. Thank you very much. That was my question. And again, I've looked through this and I see in a couple of different places you explaining the parking, but how many parking spaces are there before?
Really, just the 18 in back. There's no parking underneath the building now.
And then you're putting in how many? I know it's right here in front of me, and I apologize.
Altogether, there are 69 spaces, and I think 68 are required.
So we're increasing pretty significantly the parking available downtown.
Yes, it's a requirement that we provide that much parking.
Right.
If we didn't have to provide that much parking, we'd be happy not to. So some people would not like to see the parking, some people would like to see the parking.
Okay.
So we're providing what's required.
Thank you. I want more parking downtown.
Okay.
So we found some parking in downtown because
Yes,
I get,
yes.
and I'm sure we all get phone calls about people wanting more parking, concerned about parking downtown, particularly with the Guild. So I think it's
Yes.
a wonderful thing that you're providing long and short-term parking for bicycles, as well as relieving some of the parking congestion that we have downtown. Will that be free parking?
Well, that parking, it is free parking, but it's primarily for the use of the building.
Right.
Right, but it is free parking.
Okay. That's good. It helps. Every little bit helps. I saw in here that they're only putting in 15% of the conduit for the EV chargers. Is that correct?
Again, it would be per the REACH code, which has actually changed since we began the project.
Okay, because I thought we required more than that. That's why I was asking.
There's no question that we would provide whatever the requirement is now. And I think it probably is to provide a certain amount at the outset and then be pre-wired for additional. Most REACH codes
I thought it was conduit for all and then wired for 15%. Am I not remembering that correctly?
I can look that up.
Okay. Because another thing that we hear a lot of is people saying, gosh, I really wish I could
yes.
Get a car, but I can't because I can't charge it at work and I can't charge it because I live in an apartment. And it helps all of us a great deal. For those of us that don't want more parking downtown,
right.
It helps the environment. It helps us with the greenhouse gas targets that we have to make that choice easy. So
yeah, we'll definitely be looking, because the project has gone on about 4 years, the rules have changed. There's no question we'll meet current rules, but also it's kind of in our nature to sort of make the building sustainable and to provide those things. So the building will meet sort of the electric requirements now
Sure.
that exist. Actually, we were already doing that. So that is our goal.
So I have a quirky idea. And I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but I was just reading something because I was reading like house design magazines when I was in an airport, and they were talking about the effect of light on people.
Yes.
And that having skylights really results in happy people. That it actually increases productivity. It's actually a thing that is a good thing to have available. I don't care if you need, personally, if I don't mind providing the variance to have skylights. I don't think an extra couple of feet is going to destroy the fabric of our society. I do think that greenhouse gases and air pollution will destroy the fabric of our society. And I'm not usually one to do things from the dais, but if we could increase the number of EV chargers, I don't mind the variance. I really don't think it's a big deal to allow someone to have skylights. And I throw that to my colleagues for thought.
Are there any follow-up comments before I open up the hearing to the public?
I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Carlton's interest in the EV charger requirements. So two components. So one is for the multifamily component, so where it's two or more dwellings, then each dwelling unit shall have the raceway and the conduit. And then the install for 15% of the total number of required parking spaces.
That's what I thought, 15% installed.
And then in terms of the commercial component, it's going to be based upon the square footage. And so a building over 10,000 square feet in size It's minimum of 15% of the total required number of parking stalls, and install the charging in the chargers in 10% of the total required number of parking stalls with a minimum of 1.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
So minimum of 1. So it's 15% minimum of 15% of the total required number of parking stalls, and which would have the conduit, and then 10% the installation of the charging unit.
Do you know what that will result in?
So is that 10? So 10% of 68, 69. So 7.
So is that 7 total, or is it 7 plus the 4?
So that's and that's.
I'm assuming it's 7 plus the 4 because on the paper, on the staff report, it says we're putting in 11.
So is it 11 of the provided? So it's so in this particular arrangement, they're doing shared parking. So it's a combination. So the 69 represents both the parking for the commercial and the residential component. So if they're doing 11, it may actually exceed, or it could be a combination. We'd have to just go back and look at the specific calculations on how we're doing the EV for a mixed-use project.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mueller, you had your light on. Did you have a question?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I found the information I was looking for.
Well, at this time, I'd like to open up the hearing to the public. Do we have any public comment cards? No. Okay, well, we will close the hearing and bring it back to the dais. And I don't know if anyone had anything to follow up before we make a motion. Vice Mayor Combs.
So a question to staff. It's my understanding that since the passage of the specific plan, this is the first project on Santa Cruz Avenue under the specific plan guidelines. Is that correct?
On Santa Cruz, it would be.
Yeah. Is there? Could you give some sense of, if you could, why it's taken so long to get a project on Santa Cruz, and are there any others sort of teed up on Santa Cruz?
So I'm not aware of any other projects planned along Santa Cruz at this time. And then if you're referring to like the process that this project went through and the timing, that some of that had to do with like the redesign. So they took a considerable amount of time to try to address the comments from the Planning Commission and the public feedback they got at some of the Planning Commission meetings. So that is just part of what took the time to get through this project review.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I was trying to get some sense of, like, as part of the downtown specific plan, right, we changed the zoning for parcels on El Camino and on Santa Cruz as a way to incentivize development. And so far, very few property owners on Santa Cruz have taken us up on that offer of greater sort of a greater ability to exploit their property. So I do think, I think it's worth noting and reflecting and making it part of the record that this is, since passage of the specific plan, the only project on Santa Cruz, and it doesn't look like that there is another project in the immediate future, even though, again, a lot of what the downtown specific plan was about revitalizing, Santa Cruz. And so I think we should, let that be instructive in some way for us as we sort of review this project. I'll only add in response to Councilmember Carlton's proposal regarding the skylights. I generally also would say I don't specifically have an objection, but it is a variance. And there are very specific findings that we have to conclude, and these are not things that staff has pre-populated in any way, so we on the dais have to come up with what we consider are those individual findings that merit the variance. I don't know if I'm there, but if you wanted to take a stab at filling in those findings, or if someone else did, then I'm more than willing to hear them.
Councilmember Nash.
So when I took a look at the findings, I could not find, for the variance of the 5 findings, basically I agreed with what staff came up with, so I'd be happy to discuss it, but I cannot contribute to that, unfortunately. I had a couple questions, and I guess first of all, as Councilmember Combs was saying, I'm very happy to see a project coming in downtown. I wish there was more housing and less office, but I understand that is how this one's working. I guess one question I have is for our staff, and that is on entitlements. And if the project, how long do they have to build the project once it's approved? I guess it's the first question, please.
So there's no expiration date on the architectural control. However, the subdivision map has a expiration date of 2 years.
What I'm wondering is, so the entitlement is with the property, and basically, if it is not built in, and if it's stalled, is there any chance we could, with an update to the downtown specific plan, actually see more housing? If if it doesn't get built now, is there any way to, in the future, say that we'd like to see more housing, assuming that the plan is updated? In other words, if the project stalls.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're looking to add a condition to add more housing if there's a future project that's not this particular one?
I guess I'm wondering if there's anything, is there any way to have a timeline so that if this, on the entitlement, so that if it's not built within a certain period of time, that we would have an opportunity to revisit the amount of housing in it?
So, Cara Silver, Assistant City Attorney. Really, the time frame is the subdivision map. And so there's a tentative map. It expires in 2 years. If they don't build their project within the 2 years, the map expires and they really can't do the project. So even though the architectural review entitlement still is there, they can't do it. They can't build the project without a map.
Okay, thank you.
So I think you're covered.
And then I had a few questions. As part of the 5 factors that the council is to consider, we are to look at encourage development of a range of housing types in the El Camino Real downtown specific plan area, consistent with the specific plan standards and guidelines in the areas around the specific plan. Could you explain what it means to a range of housing types? What I'm actually thinking of is we've been seeing a lot of, we have not been seeing a lot of housing projects, but the housing projects we have been seeing within the downtown specific plan generally are more of the larger luxury housing as opposed to more smaller units. Thank you.
Sure. So are you looking at the general plan goals in the map section?
It's on page 19, if you have that. Okay. And it's in the middle under the first consideration. The last one is encourage development of a range of housing types.
Yes. So that this is related to the findings for the subdivision map, and so one of the findings is looking at the consistency with the general plan and the zoning ordinance. And so As Katie mentioned, this particular project is located within the specific plan area, and so this is broader to the specific plan and to the areas adjacent to it, and so through that we could see a variety of housing types of development. So there's a higher density in the downtown area. The surrounding area is in the R3 adjacent to the downtown area, which allows for a mix of housing types. So I think you recently saw one closer to 975 Florence, and so there were smaller condo-size units. It was a conversion with an addition of 2 units. These are...
Although that one's not in the downtown
that's not in the specific plan,
right.
but it's
so
adjacent
the 2
to...
that I'm thinking of especially in the downtown specific plan is the one that's coming forward on Harvard and the one that's coming forward on Cambridge. Both have, I believe, have larger units.
Right, and this particular goal here it talks about the specific plan and areas near and around the specific plan area. So it's encompassing not only the specific plan, but the areas around it to provide that mix of housing opportunities.
Okay. And so that's so how the housing types actually are large and small units, but you're saying that because it expands beyond specifically the downtown specific plan, we are getting the range of units.
And there's a density range, so you would tend to see higher density would be smaller apartments, and at a lower density you might see more of the townhouse style type unit, which you saw at 133 Encinal, and so there is a range of housing types that would be supported. So higher density you would likely see apartment style units were like 1,300 and 500 El Camino Real, both have more of the multifamily apartment units.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question, and partly because myself and Councilmember Nash and Vice Mayor Combs were not on the council, so we weren't here when you submitted your application. A part of your study session, did any of these questions come up as far as increasing housing, the size units, or anything? Okay, if you can come to the mic, please.
Not when I was involved in the project, which is the past 2 years, and I don't know if it came up before.
Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions, Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I do. So I'm trying to go through the standards for the variance, and there's a discussion under paragraph 2. There's this discussion under paragraph 2 at page 20. And I'm having trouble following the math. So I just need to explain to me. It says that right now the applicant, so the second floor office space currently has a plate height of 12.5. If the goal is to increase the 10.25 plate height for the third floor, then you could create both at 11 point, then you can have both floors 11.4. My problem with that math is that it still doesn't get you the 3 feet 2 inches for the skylights. It's still constraining you to the 22.5 or 20 whatever it is feet. So can you explain to me, like, I'm not following the logic. Like, if they want 11.4, they still wouldn't be able to put in skylights, right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. For that comment, we weren't necessarily trying to accommodate the height of the skylights, but trying to demonstrate a way that they could get increased plate height for the third floor office that would make it a more comfortable space. And then they could potentially do skylights that were flush with the ceiling rather than like pop up from the height of the ceiling.
Madam Mayor, may I address the applicant?
Yes.
Would you mind coming to the podium? And so I want to ask you these questions because I'm actually trying to weigh through the different standards of the variance. And so I'm trying to figure out why wasn't the 11.4 and the 11.4 feasible?
It's really the missing ingredient there is in a commercial building like this, because you don't want very many columns inside the building. It's like here, it's sort of column free. the beams that kind of hold up the floor and hold up the roof are really quite deep. So yes, per math, you've got that much, but the beams and then the lights and the ductwork and everything else is what cuts into that math and makes it a low ceiling. We also looked at trying to do flat skylights, but we couldn't find any skylight manufacturer that would warranty them for not leaking. So we came up with the lowest slope we possibly could come up with in the skylights. But that is the problem. It's because the math works, except for the fact when you subtract out all the guts that go into a commercial building like this.
So, but can I finish? Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to understand is the skylight, is the logic that's being explained to us on the skylight that it really is just to increase the height of the ceiling?
No, the intention absolutely isn't to increase the height because, of course, at the bottom, when you walk into the room, you'll still perceive the ceiling at the lower height, but instead of it being a dark thing, it'll be light. If we did that, we would also use the type of glass in the skylights that they're sort of computer controlled so that they go dark when the sun is right overhead or whatever, so it's not this glaring sun beating down on you. But they don't work like sunglasses, but that's the effect. They get light and dark so that people are comfortable underneath them. But the idea is it would just give this shot of light in the center and give the perception of the room being bigger or taller.
Okay, I can go ahead and pass at this time to you, Councilmember Carlton.
I just had a quick follow-up question. They can't be flat because the roof is flat?
Well, only because if the glass is flat, the skylight manufacturers won't, there's not a good way to keep them from leaking.
It doesn't have a pitch to it.
So if there's a little slope to it, then the water runs off more naturally and it's easier to, they can actually warranty them.
And you can't pitch the roof because...
Oh, the roof is also under the 38-foot height limit.
Right.
So the 38 height foot limit per the downtown plan is actually to the ridge of the roof in the center of the building. So we can't, the roof is sloped, but it's sloped as much as it can be for drainage, but that's the balancing act.
I just had to ask because I have flat solar in my house, but it's got a good pitch to it.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay. And I do appreciate what you were saying about the findings, and I believe the phrase is basically it comes down to not giving special favors, which is why I was saying it's not a special favor if we could negotiate it for something else that we want. And that's what I was trying to make it as good as we can get it, because you only get to negotiate this now. But I do appreciate what you're saying.
I'm totally in support of, like I said, you going through and making those findings. Although I don't think and I would defer to the Assistant City Attorney, I don't think we can negotiate regarding a variance. No. Right. I mean, it has to be granted on its own. If you're,
can I?
That's correct, but if there is an offer to provide the EV chargers, that might change your application of those findings. But I still think that first finding was really the hurdle for staff.
Can I just ask, guys, as just is there interest in looking at these standards for the variance among enough people in council to keep having the discussion, like just a quick check-in with folks, that people might be open to it? Because if not, I don't want to waste time continuing to talk about it.
I'm open to it, but I'm not married to the idea.
I'm open to it. I can't myself proactively make the arguments, but I can. I think if someone makes arguments that resonate with me, I can see supporting it.
Okay, then let's continue having the discussion.
Councilmember Nash.
I just when was the BMR fee last updated?
So they're adjusted annually by the CPI in terms of an overall nexus study. It might have been when it was first adopted. I don't know. I know there was a draft study that was prepared for the city council that was not adopted, but it gets adjusted annually per the CPI.
If you could let me know at some point when you get a chance, that would be great. Thanks. Obviously, tomorrow or later. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any follow-up comments or questions? No. So the public hearing is closed. And
well, I was just going to say, just on the terms of process, this is a public hearing, so it will come back before us again, correct?
No.
No?
No, it won't, unless you want to continue the item.
Okay. So then you think that legally we could stand on what I suggested, or do you think that's a stretch?
So the findings, if the city clerk could put them on the screen, you need to make 5 variance findings. Mm-hmm. And the first one is that there is some hardship, some physical hardship related to the actual property that makes it unique from other surrounding properties.
And that's not the case.
That's the tough one.
All right. Well, I tried. My only, I tried it off for something. It would be great if, out of the goodness of your heart, you did install more EV chargers than is legally required, just to be a good neighbor, because it's something that we're really pushing to make that an easier choice for people, not just for the greenhouse gases, but just to encourage people to get the electric cars. It helps with pollution. It helps all the way across the board. Just conveying that to you.
Councilmember Mueller?
My apologies. I am struggling with the first. So this is a hard thing because I want to do it. I want to do it, but I am struggling with the first element, that it's a hardship peculiar to the property and not created by an act of the owner. Yes. Sure, if you'd like to come. Through the mayor, may he approach? Yep.
Thank you. So as part of the application, we had to write our version of how we see the findings and why we think they would be appropriate. And that list exists with sort of the text that we came up with. And I think what the city attorney was saying is different people interpret those different ways. So in the case of the Planning Commission, 3 people interpreted those findings as being acceptable, and 3 were on the edge. Although everybody sort of agreed that the skylights would be good. I don't have them memorized, but the first one was actually one of the easiest, because the whole thing that sort of created the situation was the fact that we were asked to pull the sidewalk back onto our property and preserve the 18 cars. So there's really no other, certainly other projects have issues that are their own versions of these kind of things, but clearly that's kind of a unique thing with this particular site. And that's what created the situation where we had to put the office up on the 3rd floor. So that was our way of talking about the first finding.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, I do remember when this, and I did, complete disclosure, I was on the Planning Commission during one of the times it came before the Planning Commission, although I did not vote on it. But I know that there was a specific concern with relation to the property owners across the,
yes.
is that Chestnut Lane?
Yes.
And in a sense that they, like, essentially, their properties come up to that sidewalk, and there's not a lot of space between their property line and the sort of the driveway. And I know that the neighbors were concerned about the placement of the driveway, and that there had been some accidents in connection with their property. So I do think you could make an argument that there are some hardships with regards to this property, which the applicant has attempted, or hardships about the situation, the neighbors, the wanting to preserve a sort of a walkway, a sidewalk, in the back there. I can see it possibly being acceptable.
Yeah, in essence, we had to give the city 5 feet. Actually, more than 5 feet, because it's 2 feet a column and then a clear 5-foot sidewalk.
Councilmember Nash?
So I attended the December 9th meeting, and my understanding, or the last planning commission meeting, and my understanding is or my recollection was that one of the planning commissioners actually questioned whether or not the parking was a hardship, and the answer from the applicants was it was not. Commissioner DeCarty.
I think I may remember what you were thinking about is
because it was a surprise that you said that it wasn't.
Oh no, the hardship is having to keep 18 additional spaces over and above the city requirement.
There was some discussion about whether or not that, because I believe my impression was that the Planning Commission was willing to discuss that, and that it was not that the applicant did not take them up on that.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who spoke, but I know that those parking spaces in the garage cost about $120,000 each.
You said $119,000
Yes,
at the meeting.
119
Correct.
is the number. And if we could reduce those cars, that would be a wonderful thing. So, but obviously it's good that we're providing the cars, so it's all kind of 6 to 1, half dozen of the other. But it certainly would. It's a hardship to keep the 18 cars. It would be a good thing to be able to lose them from a feasibility point of view.
I guess my only concern is I'm debating whether I can make that finding personally, having attended the meeting and heard something contrary at the meeting. Okay. And then we received a letter from Ms. E. McMillan with a set of concerns that remain unaddressed, and I'm wondering if there's been any effort to address these concerns. This was sent into CCIN. I see that.
I think most of our concerns are construction.
Are you referring to the letter from the neighbor across Chestnut Lane?
Correct, who I believe is here in the audience.
Yeah.
Yes. And these were that the construction plans as submitted by the contractor show the construction site access as being at a location that suggests heavy construction equipment will use the Chestnut Lane and the parking lot for site access. And concerns such as that, has there been any discussion with the neighbor to make sure that everything that can possibly be mitigated has been mitigated?
Yeah, so for the construction plan, we do get a preliminary plan at the time of planning review. However, we don't get into like the details of actually how all of the construction activities will work until after the project is approved during the building permit stage, and at that point the transportation division would review the plans in more detail, as well as the building department, to ensure that the required lane clearance was met and fire clearances and things like that.
I guess my question is, has anyone read this and to make sure that everything can be mitigated, or is that something, it sounds like perhaps it can be done at a future date?
Yes. So
outside of the council deliberations?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, last call for any comments, follow-ups. So are we ready to make a motion?
So
Councilmember Nash.
I am willing to
Councilmember
accept
Miller.
Drew's finding for variance 1 for the first element. I can do 3. I can get to 4, and I can get to 5. My problem still is 2. So my problem is that such a variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights that would not constitute a special privilege not enjoyed by his or her neighbors. If you can help me with that, I can get there.
Well, have their neighbors been asked to pull back their buildings in order to provide a sidewalk?
I don't know the answer to that question. Can you guys help us out with element 2?
Are you the lady that sent in the email? Yes. Okay. If you could come to the mic, please.
I'm Evelyn McMillan. I own the building directly across from this. I'm Evelyn McMillan. I own the building directly across from this. When our building was built 55 years ago, we were required to put in a sidewalk on our property. So we've already met that requirement, and we've wondered why, in the beginning, why these people weren't being required to come up with a sidewalk. And they planned originally to make Chestnut Lane narrower by putting the sidewalk within the Chestnut Lane right-of-way. So we were very pleased when the Planning Commission asked them to pull their building back and put it on the sidewalk on their own property, like ours has always been. Any other questions?
Thank you.
I assume that even though someone else was asked to do that, it wasn't still zoned to be required. It was something that was asked of them to be done.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I think with regards to finding 2, I think we could say it would not constitute a special privilege in the sense that, I mean, we're not increasing the sort of the FAR, and we're not increasing the sort of footprint of that office beyond what is allowed. And I think we can also look at that in the context of, as I was saying before, this is the first project on Santa Cruz that has gone through this process, and it has been a long and costly process that was for some context was teed up, and I think the property owner thought he was going to get approval much earlier than he got it, in the sense of that he ended his lease with Union Bank, and then had a property that's empty for some time, and then utilized it by selling, I think, barbecue pits. And so I do think we can look at it in that overall context of that this specific plan was a lot about revitalizing Santa Cruz, and this is the first effort to do so. And in that context, I don't see a special privilege. And in an effort worth, if the city is going to give someone, some leeway, then I think this is the project that gets that leeway.
Are you still having trouble, Councilmember Nash?
Could you explain number 1 again, please?
If possible, without the parking spaces.
I mean, part of, so not, I didn't even, when I first brought this up, wasn't even considering the parking spaces, but an idea to provide sidewalk access on Chestnut Lane, right? So on his property, and I know the property owner across the way spoke about that they, some years ago when their property was built, they also was required to construct a sidewalk. But that essentially he is creating a publicly accessible walkway on his property. as a way of providing access to. I know that there are the back of the hardware store there's a space that's used by Menlo Church, right? And so you do have people going back there, and if you can snake back there and get to the arcade that leads to Susie Cakes, and so in a sense, I do see that as a hardship.
Well, and it also provides access to the public parking lots.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're in agreement on the variance. So, Vice Mayor Combs?
So does regarding the variance, the staff has what it needs, or do we have to? Because I know we sort of took it in a kind of random order, or do we have to sort of go through and specifically articulate them, starting with 1 and ending with 5?
We do need you to go through all 5 findings. You can recap what you were saying about 1 and 2. I didn't catch anything for number 4. And then I'll just note that for 3 and 5, I believe staff's findings were that it was meeting those, so you wouldn't need to create new findings for those 2.
So only 1, 2, and 4?
Correct.
Okay. And so for 1, I talked about the having to create essentially what is a publicly accessible sidewalk on Chestnut Lane as being a hardship specific to this property. Number 2, I said that, or one of the ideas was that it wasn't some special privilege in the sense of we weren't increasing the actual sort of footprint of the building in any way, and so there wasn't some special privilege in acknowledging it and looking at it and framing it in the context of that this is the first project from in the aftermath of the downtown specific plan on Santa Cruz. And then 4, I think Councilmember Mueller had said that he had something on 4. So if not, conditions from concerns. Yeah, I mean, in that sense, I think I would sort of double down on the fact of it would not be applicable in the sense that no other property owners on Santa Cruz have taken us up on the downtown specific plan and the idea to further exploit their properties, and so that must indicate that it's not the greatest deal, right? That there are some difficulties in bringing these projects. Whether it's meeting parking, whether it's meeting the other requirements, the articulation, the modulations, that there are some hardships there. I'm not trying to make a developer argument, but if it were easy and if it were clearly profitable, I think we would see more of them, and we have not. So was that? So then should I just make a motion? Okay. So.
Sorry, we're having
By
IT
acclamation?
issues.
We're having some IT issues here. So for myself.
That'll work. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
And can I just add the caveat that I completely accept and respect staff's recommendation regarding the variance, and I think If I had been in your position, that's exactly the recommendation I would have made. It was certainly a decision for I think the elected body to make regarding wanting to give that additional leeway.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you to the audience for your patience. We will be moving on to item H1, but we will take a brief break because I'm calling the meeting back to order. So if you can take your seats, and if you would like to continue your conversation, there is plenty of space outside. For item H1, resolution of intent for the construction of a new community center and library in the Bellhaven neighborhood. We have received public comment cards. Are there any more? Okay. So at this time, I would like to introduce our Deputy City Manager, Justin Murphy, to make the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Taylor and City Council. So I'm honored to be here this evening representing a team of staff across various departments to collaborate with Facebook on a generous offer to provide a community benefit to the citizens and residents of Menlo Park. So this is a pretty unique opportunity that the city has to comprehensively reconstruct a site and consolidate 5 existing facilities into one and to deliver the building in a streamlined fashion, assuming that the City Council identifies this as a priority project. In order to accomplish this, there's going to be a need for focused commitment on the part of the city, Facebook, and the community. So this evening, I'm just going to do those initial introductions. I'm then going to introduce the Facebook team to provide a presentation on the proposal, and then it will come back to me for walking through the specific actions and direction that we're seeking tonight. It's a reflection of work by the Council Subcommittee comprised of Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Carlton. So with that, if we're good on kind of the sequencing, I'll introduce Fergus O'Shea from Facebook, who also has with him this evening Maya Perkins from Facebook, and then Aaron Ashley from the firm Hart Howerton. So with that, I'll turn it over to Fergus.
Thanks, Justin. Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor. So I'm Fergus O'Shea. Justin introduced Aaron and with Hart Howerton, and Maya Perkins and Lawrence Sweezy from Facebook. So I'd like to just start off by saying, we're really excited to be here. Facebook this is our 9th year in Menlo Park. And, for throughout the years, we've heard this desire from the community for improved facilities and amenities within the Bellhaven neighborhood. So over the past 6 months, we've been working on this proposal to build this, state-of-the-art community center. What you're going to see tonight combines a new community center, senior center, youth center, library, and fitness facilities. Aaron's going to give you an overview of all the work to date. That formed the basis of the proposal that we submitted in December. Maya is going to speak to our plan to work in partnership with the city and the engagement process over the next couple of months, and I'm going to walk through the proposed timeline for the project. So I'm glad to say we've already had a couple of really well attended public meetings. Subcommittee meeting on Friday had like 60 people at it. We've got a lot of feedback. It's definitely probably the most well-attended subcommittee meeting that I've ever been at, and we got a lot of feedback. And Aaron's going to speak to some of the feedback that we've received to date. One item that has come up in the public forum, and I spoke to it a couple of weeks ago, and I was here, and it's just to reiterate this issue of the naming. Again, I just want to reiterate our position that this is going to be a city council and community decision. It's not a Facebook decision for what the name ultimately would be for the new facilities. So I wanted to say, it's a pretty unique opportunity, as Justin said. This is a collaboration. It's a collaboration with you, the council, city staff, or the team we've assembled here at Facebook, and all of the stakeholders and community members. I think we're going to work together. We're going to build we have the opportunity to build a really great facility and something we can all be proud of. And I'm looking forward to hearing your initial feedback tonight. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand it off to Aaron. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Aaron Ashley. I'm managing principal of Hart Howerton. We're architects, landscape architects, planners, interior designers based in San Francisco and New York. I spend quite a lot of time in Menlo Park these days, so I've gotten quite comfortable with the community and had a chance to meet a lot of people. Although this proposal really came to you in December, it's something we've been exploring with Facebook over the last 7 or 8 months. It took a while to kind of get our heads around the need and the opportunity and where it might happen. And in some ways, it's much easier to react to something than to a blank piece of paper. And so between John Tananis, Fergus, and others at Facebook, we thought, well, why don't we do a little skunkworks operation to come up with what this might be so that we could have a conversation about what a gift might look like. Just to reorient everyone, and I'm sure you've all been there, to the site. So obviously Kelly Park sits next to the Menlo Park Senior Center, the Onetta Harris Community Center, the pool, the youth center, and there's sort of parking that kind of exists throughout. As you know, these facilities have been built over the last many years, some with very clear construction dates and some with sort of guesstimates of when they were built in various states of need of love. And while they're heavily used, we thought hard about, could we come in and help renovate these facilities and give new life to them and add years and use to them. And I think our experience and Facebook's experience is that you can spend a lot of time and energy renovating buildings and get buildings that aren't quite as great as if we started over. And so the proposition is that we think about a new building starting from scratch and all the opportunities that come with it. A few slides to just kind of orient you to how we've been thinking about it, because again, it's what we've tried to do is start with something so that these discussions can move along more quickly. Today you arrive to the site from Terminal Ave, and if it's in the morning in Beechwood, parents are delivering kids. There's kind of a lot of activity on the right-hand side of the parking lot. It's sort of disorienting. There's a pool there. There's a community center there. If you know how to get to the senior center or Kelly Park, you can find your way. If you've never been there, it's a little disorienting. And as I was sort of getting to know the site, and my team and I would go over there, and we wouldn't really announce who we were. We'd just kind of wander around. People were really warm and welcoming. But to try to find things and try to find your way through the fence into the park is always sort of a mystery. And so, what we were able to do, again, over the course of the summer is meet members of the community, hear their needs and their questions, understand the kinds of things that had been in the air for a decade or more, spend time in the facilities understanding what works, what doesn't work. And again, it was sort of the kind of fact-finding you always do at the start of a research project. What's terrific about this opportunity is this is something the community and the city have been thinking about for a long time. And there's layers and layers of really thorough plans, to the point that we recognized through community members that there's even some plan fatigue. And boy, wouldn't it be nice to have some momentum behind something. My assumption is that the reason that our community meeting was so well attended and the subcommittee meeting was so well attended is that when there's financing clearly behind a project, there's a lot more excitement to be there and participate because it's really going to happen. So we kind of quickly landed on an idea that would, as I mentioned, not renovate, but build new facilities in place of what's there today. And that the best site for those new facilities might be against the park, and that way they'd have a great view of the park, but at the same time, the parking area today could be expanded and made more efficient, more obvious. When you arrive for the first time or the 50th time, it's really easy to find your way around. And that through consolidation, you could find great efficiency, how to operate it, the energy it requires to use it. And so there's just a lot of really kind of great reasons to take all of these disparate ingredients, community center, senior center, swimming pool, youth center, library, and put them all into one smart, new, efficient building. What's great about a project that's been sort of in the community's mind for a while is they all have a lot of ideas. And so These boards that I'll show you over the next few slides were actually kind of positioned around the room in our community session at the Senior Center earlier in the month. And we invited feedback from the community in the form of sort of notes on Post-its and conversations and communications. I'll show those in a minute. But a lot of the images that we showed of a kind of a new, contemporary, sustainable building were images that were given to us by the community, or we were pointed to references by members of the community. And so we really had a running start. We also had good ideas about what was really well used and beloved about the existing facility. Those pool tables in the Senior Center today, the variety of art classes that are offered in the Senior Center, the little vegetable garden that's off the outdoor of the Senior Center. How do we maintain that so there's a sort of familiarity even if we move to a new building? Again, the library, so much work had been done in the community to craft a program for the Belhaven Library. And what's interesting is that wasn't a conventional library in the sense that it's 90% books and 10% other stuff. It was 90% gathering and meeting and studying and tutoring for, kids to seniors. And there were also some books there, but there was technology and other things. And so it was effectively a community center as a library, or a library as a community center. And so we had this running start on what we might be doing. Understanding what works and what doesn't with the youth center, it gets a lot of throughput, a lot of excitement. The kids use the fields, the kids use the basketball court, the kids have a secure play area. And so, how do we improve on what's already a well-used place? Fitness maybe is the biggest opportunity. We spend a lot of our time talking about health, healthy buildings, healthy sites, healthy places, and fitness is a big part of that. Certainly there's an opportunity to expand on the modest fitness room that's in Onetta Harris today. And what we're trying to understand is, what does that really mean? And how would we configure and how do we size a fitness facility that would be really relevant to the community and not necessarily replicate what's here at the facility behind you, but complement? And what does that mean? And so, like I said, it's sort of easier to have a straw man plan to sort of react to, because people can point to it and say, oh, I like that, I don't like that, as opposed to pointing at a blank piece of paper. And so we took some time and drew some ideas. We don't expect that these ideas are the ideas, but they're a great place to start. And so the idea that we've shown the existing pool where it is today, just as a reference point, and that there would be a building that's potentially kind of split by a breezeway, and that might make for operational efficiency, that the sort of the fitness lockers, pool hours might be different from the library meeting senior hours, and thus two front doors, even though it may seem inefficient, may actually translate to real operational efficiency. But it creates this breezeway, which is like extra space, covered. You could have parties out there. It connects the neighborhood to the park in ways that we think are really exciting. We drew this section early on in our kind of process, and it's like a cartoon, but it's really helpful for us. So this is a slice through the long end of the building, and you see the breezeway in the middle, and the idea that perched on top of this could be these great contemplative or, gathering library spaces, and then below it, a basketball gym, fitness spaces, a youth center on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, senior center, classrooms, and the kinds of educational and gathering spaces that go with those ideas. And so we started to block out a program, and by that I mean an architectural program. We analyzed what's in the facilities today and where we saw that there was sort of duplicate staff offices or duplicate classrooms between the 5 existing facilities. How would you kind of synthesize those in a new facility? Because as opposed to 5 rooms that are used 5 hours a day, it'd be great if we had 1 or 2 rooms used 12 hours a day or something like that. So this place really is well used. And so we studied how this might stack up over 3 floors. And I think there's certainly an interest from the community in having a taller building that takes advantage of views, gets kind of up and above the tree line, great views over the park. But also it consolidates a footprint, which allows us to kind of create a single larger facility than is there now, and more of a parking field and more site area for picnics and barbecues than would be allowed if we did just a single-story building. And so we're not at the architecture stage yet, but it's always helpful to draw a few extra lines so that you get a sense of scale. And so if we sort of hovered a drone above Terminal Avenue looking into the site and you saw this parking field on the right-hand side, the bus would be able to loop through. There'd be a nice long drop-off for that senior center bus right in front. Again, the pool, the white building that is the pool locker rooms and check-in today, we've sort of re-envisioned as an arbor that you could have picnics under, because you'd put a new mechanical facility for the pool inside the building and it would be really efficient. And the idea that the library, uses could sit on top and these other things on underneath. And if you were on the track, and again, not architecture, but a sense of scale, what a 3-story building looks like from Kelly Park, and how that breezeway would really just connect the park to the neighborhood and be this kind of great covered outdoor shady area. So we had, I forget the number, 160-ish people at the senior center a couple of Saturdays ago. And it was a great, lively meeting. And Fergus did his similar pleasantries. And Maya and I and Mayor all spoke at different lengths. And you never know how these things are going to go. Sometimes no one says anything and you're sort of nervous, and sometimes people say everything. This was a great balance where after kind of walking through just the same presentation I showed you tonight, members of the community spent a ton of time sketching ideas on, people drew circular stairs and pinned it up to the board. People wrote comments. It was everything from what I want to do in this place to what it should look like to how it should operate, what hours. And then we had a little site model that, again, comments got pinned on. I want to know about parking. So it was really a fun, collaborative process. In addition to this, we had a lot of people come up and spend a lot of time talking to us about their ideas. And so what we did is we recorded all those ideas, and we sort of minuted the meeting. And we don't yet have a sense of, our items 1 through 37, all of equal importance. Is number 34 more important to more of the members of the community than items 1 through 7? So what our future community meetings will do is help to prioritize and understand better. We heard you. Now we want to really understand you. And then we'll show you how that translates into a building. Because, again, we have a sense of how big it might want to be. We have a sense of what wants to be next to what within the building. But we don't yet know the kind of full scope of what the community is expecting and how to use it, and what the city as the operator, their expectations would be, so that they could actually run this thing efficiently. And so I don't want to spend too much time on this because, again, we haven't gone through this step of prioritizing, but there was certainly themes that came out of each of these boards that were around the room, around the senior center, the library, the youth center, the fitness center, and the pool. And so we want to spend our next community meeting, which is currently scheduled for the 9th of February in the afternoon, workshopping with the community to understand a little bit better. Did we hear everything? What else do you think? What do you think about all these ideas that your neighbors shared? And I'm going to turn it over to Maya to say a little bit more, but if you have questions about the building, happy to answer them.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, he's not here. Mayor, City Council, my name is Maya Perkins from Facebook. And as Aaron was saying, we had so many really wonderful comments at the meeting earlier this month. And in February, what we're going to be able to do is actually sit down and really dive in to what we heard and find out if what we've recorded as a summary of the feedback accurately reflects what people were wanting to share. Folks will be able to exchange ideas with each other and talk about priorities. And so there might be some things that are most important to some folks and less important to others. And we want to be able to come to understand what the community as a whole is looking for, and how to look at the whole picture and be able to fit all these amazing and wonderful things in one place. So our next community meeting is going to be February 9th. We will also have a meeting in Do I have a clicker? Oh, yeah, cool. Okay. I've never been up here like this before. So we have our meeting February 9th, and then we'll have another one in early March and April and May. And you all, of course, will be responsible for making the final decisions, but it's really important for us to get as much feedback from the community as possible. And we'll be working with the city and the community on a variety of meetings, the large community meetings, but then also other ways for people to give feedback. There is a website, and of course people can email and ask questions, but we really want to make ourselves available and ensure that the community is engaged. This really was something that started with people in Bellhaven, and we really honor that engagement and want to continue it. Thank you, and I'm going to hand it to Fergus.
Thanks, Maya. So what this is kind of just a high-level representation of the timeline that we've set out for the project and building the facility. So as Maya said, we'll spend the next 6 months going through this engagement process, and that's where what we've developed today is kind of a concept, and we'll go through these efforts to be able to refine a space program for the building over the next 6 months, and then also develop architecture. And the goal is to bring a project to you this summer. From there, then we would take on more detailed design through the end of the year, and then with a goal of even, the potential of starting construction early next year. That'll be really dependent on the working with the city and city departments and to be able to find the interim facilities for the existing programs that are out there. That's kind of the lead item. So once those are found, we can start demolition. And once the project is, the final construction drawings are permitted by the city, we would start construction, which we think will take a little less than 18 months to finish the project. So the goal would be to deliver within about 2.5 years from now. So a few people have said that seems like it's really fast, but I think, this has been in the works for years. I think that there's been in one of Aaron's slides, it showed like some of the numerous studies that have been completed on the different elements within the facility. So we've taken all that, and we have 6 months of work done already. And so I think it's good. And I think, we want to set a goal. Our goal is to build this facility for the people who live in Bellhaven today. And that's why we have an aggressive timeline to move forward with this project. So we're very excited, and thank you very much, and we're here for any questions. I'll hand it back to Justin.
Great. So thanks, Fergus. And as Maya Perkins recognized, just for the record, Vice Mayor Combs is not up on the dais. He's recused himself, and so that was purposeful on his part. So I'll be going through a series of slides. At this point in time, I'm focusing in on what we're looking for in terms of council action or direction tonight. And so these are pretty much similar slides, same slides that were presented at Friday's subcommittee meeting, so there's going to be a bit of repetition. So with that in mind, I see a number of familiar faces. I will go through a little bit quickly, but happy to go back to any of the slides if necessary. So the main document that we've kind of put together tonight to kind of respond to Facebook's offer is a resolution, a council resolution. We're calling it a resolution of intent. And so there are a number of statements in that reflect on the Facebook offer, and then it goes forward to identify 10 affirmative statements on the part of the city on what we collectively are looking to do, and specifically the City Council, in response to that offer. So I'm going to go through those 10 statements on some subsequent slides. One key thing to keep in mind is this is a one-way document kind of in response to Facebook's offer. Subsequently, there will be an agreement that's a document that the city and Facebook would sign that would specify some of the specifics. It's a document that we'll be working on over the coming months, get in front of the subcommittee and then the full council. One key parameter to keep in mind is that the design approach for this, as reflected in the offer and the work to date, is to replace existing facilities, and that establishes some boundaries for the environmental review. So that's kind of a design parameter that's reflected in Facebook's offer. Okay, as the Facebook team identified, there's a key major focus on community public engagement. So from the city's team, Clay Curtin, our public engagement manager, is front and center on this. He's really taken this project on and very excited on working forward with some new technologies. I think even tonight, he's trying to get text messages out to people while this topic was coming up, just to make sure that people are tuned into what's going on. So if somebody's at home, they could watch the streaming. So pretty exciting stuff that we're looking to, again, partner with Facebook on. The city has certain framework that we need to work under in terms of if we're going to mail out a postcard, what some timelines are. So we're working through some of these issues, but it's a joint effort of both the city and Facebook and ultimately the community. One of the most important things, the last thing on this slide that I'll emphasize is the website, and I think Maya referred to that earlier, city website of menlopark.org/Bellhaven. A lot of good information, and encourage people to subscribe for updates. Okay, this is, I'll move into kind of in the technicality bucket, but very important. This is a specific action that we're looking for from the council tonight, as reflected in the resolution of intent to amend an existing contract with a consultant the city has. It would be within the current budgeted amount. That we think that that's feasible within the Phase 1 work. There'd probably be a need for additional budget for Phase 2. The firm is Nolan Tam, experts in libraries. The Facebook team in Hart-Howerton have met Nolan Tam, and there's a desire to tap their expertise, especially specific to libraries. Budgeting and contracting. So there's actually kind of two components to this. One is direction. That's the first one, for staff to come back with an overall project budget for consideration by the subcommittee and the full council, with a particular focus of anything that is going to be a cost of the project that's not in Facebook's offer. So that is something that we'll be working on over the coming. Okay.
Mayor Taylor, at this time, we're going to just take a brief pause till we have a quorum at the dais.
Thank you, Judy, for reminding me. I apologize. We are taking
Mayor Taylor, we can reconvene now.
Thank you.
Great. So I'll pick up again. This slide is slide 6, budgeting and contracting. Two components. The first one is direction to staff to come back with the overall project budget. The second one is actually an action item where we're looking to amend the existing fiscal year budget to combine two existing capital improvement projects, merge those into one, given the reflection of the proposal where those two features are being combined. A key component for council deliberation tonight is regarding the pool. So the Facebook offer includes reconstruction of the locker rooms for the pool, but does not include the reconstruction of the actual water associated with the pool, as reflected in some of the images that you saw earlier this evening. But there's definitely a willingness on the part of Facebook to work on designing for a reconstructed pool if the city can come up with the additional funding. So there's previous work that was done for the Bellhaven Pool Master Plan, I think completed in 2017. So again, we would be building off of that. There's multiple funding options that could potentially be pursued. So what we're looking for tonight is whether there's a commitment on the city's part to find a way to come up with the funding so that we could proceed with the design options. Major topic of conversation, especially at the community meeting on the 11th, is the naming. So the subcommittee has come up with a recommendation specific to this, that there be a community process to address the naming that reflects on history, and also recognition that there's multiple facilities that are going to be comprised under one roof. Okay, there's the topic of sustainability and resiliency. So there's a number of things based off the new REACH code that the city adopted, that this will be an all-electric building. There's some existing Parks and Rec master plan calls for a LEED Gold building. The subcommittee's asking for some additional analysis to see if what it would take to reach LEED Platinum. There's also some challenges that may become opportunities with some existing solar panels on the existing Annetta Harris building, that the city has a contract for a power purchase agreement based off some research over the past couple days. We believe that we may be in slightly better position than when we initially thought, but we'll continue to review that. And then on the resiliency side, the current Annetta Harris Gymnasium serves as an emergency evacuation shelter from a Red Cross perspective, so we would want to make sure that that's preserved in a new facility, but with the supplement of emergency backup power. So there's three other things that were kind of identified in the staff report. They're not teed up for any sort of action or direction this evening, but we did want to just kind of daylight some of these topics. So one, and this was very important at Friday's subcommittee meeting, was about the interim services. So we've set up a two-step approach for the City Council, a study session on February 11th, and then looking for direction on the 25th to establish the level of services that would be maintained during this transitional or interim phase. The staff report also identifies upcoming actions that would be required. This is all very aggressive, but we're looking to kind of have some target dates out there, stretch goals. We do believe this is achievable, but we'll need to take it one step at a time. But the next action item that the council would see would be in March to kick off the notice of vacation and abandonment for a portion of Terminal Avenue. And then, again, something that was a topic of conversation at Friday was the future programming. Again, it's not an item for council's deliberation tonight, but we recognize the importance of it, and it would be discussed at future meetings. So that summarizes the 10 items that they're listed on the front page of the staff report. They're also listed in the attachment A, which is the resolution of intent. And we're going to rely on attachment A for the specific wording. So through the council's deliberation tonight, if there's any desire to wordsmith, add an item, remove an item, whatever changes, we want to focus on the attachment A, that listing of 10, and staff and the city attorney can help on any sort of crafting that's needed to kind of come to conclusion. In addition to myself, there's a number of staff here that can assist with questions. So depending on what questions we have, other people may come up and assist with fielding that question. The desire tonight is to be able to adopt the resolution so that we can proceed forward with the next steps. So with that, happy to field any questions, but that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy, for the presentation, and thank you to Hart-Howerton and to Mr. O'Shea, Aaron, and to Ms. Maya Perkins for the presentation from Facebook side. Councilmember Nash, you have a follow-up questions?
I just wanted to confirm that the on the pool, you're looking for approval to look at funding, and it's not, and at a future time, there will be a discussion about the design and exactly what will be going on. So right now, it's just for funding?
Let's see. So it's let me get the exact language, but it's for a commitment on this part of the city to pursue the necessary funding so that productive time could be spent on what the layout of the pool, what the configuration would be, kind of engaging the community on that based off what was done previously. So we're not even tonight identifying the funding, but we're signaling a commitment to find the funding, and the funding may not be needed for a few years based off the construction timing. So it's signaling the commitment to find the funding.
Are there any other follow-up questions before we take public comment? I have a question about square footage, and this was asked from a community member on Friday. The square footage of each building now independently, will it exist at that same size within the new building?
That, if I understand the question correctly, I think the answer is we don't know yet.
Okay.
We do know that we've got the total square footage that we're working within. There's definitely going to be some efficiencies gained through consolidating lobbies, restrooms, things like that. But the exact correlation we don't know yet, but we'll know by the end of June.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll go to public comment. Our first public speaker is Pastor Terry McNair.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and the City Council persons. I just wanted to address a couple of things. First, thank you for your service. I think that this project is wonderful and that it's much needed and well deserved in the community of Belhaven, long overdue even. I also believe that the business of the retaining the name is an opportunity for the city of Menlo Park to build public confidence, and simply by reassuring residents that that the name that will continue, and then there will be flexibility around perhaps some of the other parts of that building, and sooner rather than later is what I would recommend, because at all the meetings I've attended, or the 2 meetings I've attended, the issue continues to come up. That might be easily resolved and perhaps build public confidence. I'm glad to hear that that there's a formal and well thought out plan for community engagement. That's big in my mind. I also, as I said at the last meeting, I cannot overemphasize the importance of integrating the needs and the wants of the most vulnerable population in all of this, and that is the senior citizens in both the design and the project completion, which makes me a lot leery about the one space suits all areas of the plan. So I needed to say that, because it's just very important that the most vulnerable population, that their needs be highly considered and regarded with all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor McNair, for your public comment. The next public speaker is Greg Goodwin.
Good evening, Council. The first thing I want to say is God bless everybody in here. The purpose of me standing here is to express my opposition to renaming the Onetta Harris Community Center. Just to go into a brief history, that community center has been greatly helpful. We have professional athletes that come out there. We have doctors, lawyers, engineers. Let's give some history about this. That history of that community center is greatly valuable. It's valuable beyond whatever expressions we can give here. The park has been there many years, and the community center has served the college fairs, police and fire, and the probation department. When I used to work in the probation department, the community would come together, the police, fire, the probation office would come in together and would bridge the gap with the community. There is a huge history. And on the other side of that, the city has sometimes made decisions or implemented service plans that they knew would sometimes, from time to time, necessitate conscious violation of the citizens of Belhaven, which was insignificant in a sense, given the purpose of their plans for special interests. That's another reason why we're here. I know my time is running out. That's another reason we're here, because we want to deal with this trust factor. We lost the softball field, the baseball field, the swimming pool, and the gym has been subjected to minimum use, so to speak. Everything has been changed. We do not want to lose the name of the history of that park. If there's going to be a name change, and you could change Kelly Park, Zuckerberg doesn't have a park. Name it Zuckerberg Park, but we want to keep the name of the history of that park. Onetta Harris Community Center has to remain. It's very important to the community. And I'm almost out of time. God bless everybody.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Goodwin. The next public speaker is Gail Wilkerson.
Gail Wilkerson. I just want to let the council know that I grew up in the Belhaven area since 1955. I went to school with all the Harris children. I think it was 7 of them, lost count. And Onetta Harris was my husband's aunt and my kid's great aunt. And this is my first meeting here. I must have lost the memo to the other ones, the other meetings. But I want to have that retained for my children and their children. And if you do anything, like what Greg was trying to say, was don't remove, because that's what I heard. They were going to take Onetta Harris's name off of it. She was bigger than life, and not because she was from German heritage. And some of them had green eyes, too. But she was big on education. Half her kids had college degrees. And if you do anything, add to it. Put a statue of her out there. Include her maiden name, Onetta Dixon Harris. And that will be a great thing for her legacy and all the children remaining in the area, because there are hundreds of them all over the place, all over the Bay Area. That's basically what I had to say, but I can remember when she got the swimming pool over here, because we had to trek over here to Burgess Park. And a lot of times we got turned away. Flood Park closed, and they took their pool out of that. I think that we had the feeling to get rid of us, and she fought and got that center for us. So give her a statue. Don't take her name away, and don't put anything in front of it like Los Robles, Onetta Harris, or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Adrian Perkins.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council people. My name is Adrian Perkins. I've lived in Menlo Park since 1958. My mom has lived there since 1956. I attended Belhaven School when Miss Harris, God bless her soul, was a assistant teacher or a hall monitor, and she knew everybody by name. Back in the late 60s, the early 70s, if you remember, the Zodiac Killer was threatening black buses of assassinating black youths at that time. And Miss Harris and Mr. Warren Heyman had the Black Panthers come to our school in March for protection. And at that time, Miss Harris and Mr. Heyman, like today, well, this afternoon, we first pledged allegiance to the flag. Then after that, we sung James Brown, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. And that stuff dwelled in me because I knew nothing about dashikis or symbols on your chest, but Miss Harris taught us that. And when she talked to you, she wasn't talking to you as a yard person or a monitor. She talked to you as a mother. And she dwelled in you, your black history, to be proud of what you are and what to stand for. And so for now, we cannot wash that away because we don't have much in East Menlo Park now to say this is how it started. So please do not change the name. And the other subject that I want to talk about, what will be the price for a person to utilize this new facility? It's beautiful that Facebook wants to build this facility, but are we going to be able to afford to go to the facility? That's what I want to know, because you have parents there that are on fixed incomes. You have people struggling to stay in Menlo Park because everything is sky high, and you know the reason why everything is going sky high now. So are we going to be able to utilize a new facility there in our neighborhood? That's what I want to know. Other than that, I want to thank you, and it's beautiful that Facebook wants to put up the money, but will we be able to utilize the facility? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins, for your comment. The next public speaker is John Joseph Contreras.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, council people and the lovely mayor as well. Thank you all for being here. I was recently at the meeting, and I guess what I was writing, or I kind of wrote on the plans because I think there was a discussion about these like less space or smaller spaces, and I kind of really urged the architect to really go back to the plan and look back to see if we can dig underneath and create like a basement level to create more areas for the kids and as well as the people attending Onetta Harris. And just to speak about the idea of Onetta Harris, I lived in Menlo Park for 26 out of the 28 years I've been there, and my family, I mean, we've always gone to Onetta Harris, and I just want to piggyback off what I heard about making a statue. I think that's very important that we have that here or on that side of Menlo Park, because the Harrises are a very big part of Menlo Park. I mean, I live on 340 Terminal Avenue. Right across the street was where one of her sons lived with his kids, and I feel a sense of urgency to be here to really make that side of Menlo Park such a beautiful side as it is over here, to show equality. And yes, I mean, just throughout the history as well of the Bay Area, thinking about it with redlining, block busting, and just complete separation of people, it's appalling, really, you know, just being born in 1991 and just kind of learning about all this history from Belhaven through my civil rights teachers who were in the civil rights movement. So when I think about like the name being changed, I just saying what everyone else here was saying about the name, and what that means to them, I think we're really erasing history rather than celebrating it. And so in order for us to really move forward is to celebrate the culture in our past, and as well as dwell in the fact that there was an ugly moment in time, and we can make it more beautiful. So yes, I believe there's deserves to be a statue. We deserve to go back and look at the plans, dig underneath it, create more spaces, and just have more people just love, right? And so that's the idea. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next public speaker is Pamela Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and council members, Carlton, Nash, and Mueller, and staff. My name is Pamela Jones. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I've lived in the Bellhaven neighborhood since 1972, and I grew up in East Palo Alto. What I want to first do is thank the staff for the website that they've put together. And some of the things I was going to say, I don't need to because it's on the website. They've done those things. If you did not attend the meeting on Friday, do yourself a favor and listen to it. The audio is available. You'll be impressed and empowered when you hear how the seniors were there en masse with their concerns. And because we sometimes forget about the number of the diversity that we have in our neighborhood. I do have one ask, and that is that we make sure that we include in the discussions Mid-Peninsula High School, Tide Academy, because by the time this is completed, Tide Academy will probably have all 4 grade levels. Menlo Atherton High School, Woodside High School, all the schools in which students, the residents in our area attend. And which brings me to considering how are the people in the Gray Star units, 1,100, we're going to have, 980 some units over there. How are they going to be able to access the center? And certainly it's centrally located if you look at a map, but you're going to have to eventually cross a rail. So we have another opportunity in which we can do something very innovative so that we make sure that everybody has access to services there. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. The next public speaker is David Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, everybody in the community. David Harper, resident of Menlo Park and business owner of Menlo Park, barbershop there on Newbridge and Willow. I'm here on behalf of my sons. My youngest son is 2 months old now. He's a great-grandson of Onette Harris. I'm here because, being a leader in the community, you work to gain honor. She was honored for a reason, You take pride in that honoring, and for my job, my role in the community is to show these kids, once you don't have people to look up to. Well, Onette Harris was that person to look up to, and kids, when they go to that center, they saw her name. Now we all know, because of this opportunity we have right now, I know from my lady, her family have taught me more about who Onette Harris was. Now you guys know who she was. Now we all know who she is. That's enough to keep this honor going. Honor was never lost. She's always been honored since '83. Let's keep it going, because for my son's sake, for the kids growing up in the community's sake, they didn't know who that woman was. Because if we don't have that, then who do they have to look up to? They see Zuckerberg. We know. But Onette Harris was a pillar in that community. We want to keep that honor. We want to keep that person. I want to be that person. They want to be that person. Hopefully I can be that person so they want to be like me. I want to be the person they look up to. I have a business now. I'm from that community, born and raised in that community. So knowing that responsibility I have, I look to her virtues to become like her. If we don't have that person to look up to, if they don't know who that person was, who do we look up to? Who do we see? You know, who do they see? Who does my son see? You know, I want him to be able to go to that center and know that's his great-grandmother. You know, my son now is 7. He goes to Beechwood. He comes out of school. He sees her name. I don't want that to change at all because it's an honor in that. It's a legacy that he owns. He can tell his friends about it. You know, that's my great-grandmother. I don't want my son to grow up to be able to see and talk and walk and never have known the center being called Oneida Harris Community Center. That's a possibility right now. It shouldn't be one. We shouldn't even be here discussing this. It should be, but what it does is gives the opportunity to talk about it, you know, to build trust between the council and the community. Show the community that you care about our concerns, because it shouldn't be a concern. It should be stamped. It should go on forever. It should always be honored, you know, personally, through her family and people in the community, but she's got to be honored in that community center. It's got to stay on that wall.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Israel Harris.
Madam Taylor, City Council members, and Deputy Murphy, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I think we've all spoken a lot about Oneida Harris, and I think you all understood, and I appreciate that Madam Taylor and Councilmember Carlton also spoke about the significance of her in the community. I think you all understand that, and everyone here has said some profound words about her, so I really appreciate everyone saying that about my grandmother. I think the most important thing is providing dates regarding decisions that are made regarding naming. A lot of uncertainty comes from not knowing exactly, are we making this decision on February 25th? Are we making it on February 11th? Just to know exactly the next steps for that process. Second, the senior center at our last subcommittee meeting that we had on Friday was a big topic. Something I did not know was that big of a deal. Providing timelines for giving them that information as well. They felt the same uncertainty that I feel, that we all feel about the naming. So I think it's important that they know on this date, this will change. You'll now have access to resources at this location. And making that within proximity of the community center so that they can get there within a timely manner. Also, my cousin Nicole in the subcommittee meeting stated that 61% of the population in Menlo Park are Hispanic. And the literature at the meeting, on the website, and even here, is not in Spanish. So if the roles were reversed, I would want to have that information in a way that I could easily read that. So I think it's important that we're all respected, and my grandmother will want that. So I can ask about the naming, but that would be selfish. So I think we should be inclusive of everyone here to ensure that everyone has a voice and that she's respected in the right way. And then the last thing is, if we consolidate the building, which Deputy Murphy stated, in which we bring all of the different buildings together, I think that there should be more conversations about the naming of the different departments within that building, so that there are others in the community that have made a difference to others. I know Aaron Johnson has done a lot, and there's probably others that I don't even know of that have done a lot that can actually help. It could be a youth center that could be named after someone as well. So I think we should actually talk about the timeline for that as well when we're talking about renaming, we're talking about creating a new structure for the community center. I'm assuming, just because I like to assume the close, that Oneida Harris, the name won't be changed. So let's move on to other things that are just as important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speakers. So we'll bring it back to the dais and see if any council members have any follow-up questions or input. Councilmember Nash.
I'm just trying to figure out. In the staff report, there was discussion about the backup power, and I'm gathering from what we're voting on tonight that, well, essentially what I'd like to do is look at something other than diesel power, since there's so many harmful effects from diesel power, but it sounds like that's actually for another meeting. So I just want to put a note in there that that there are other backup. PCE is discussing, they've got a new charter, which perhaps Kat knows more about it, but essentially they actually have a new program which will be looking at providing backup power, sustainable backup power for community centers such as this, which are emergency shelters. So perhaps there's, just so we look in other options.
Great. So good question, and the staff report does talk about some of those options. So I'll use this as an example of kind of where we're at with things. So, and again, if there's a sense of urgency with being able to go through with this building, the most reliable source that we're aware of now is a diesel generator. A diesel generator triggers the need for a hazardous materials use permit that involves approval by typically the Planning Commission, but in this case the City Council. So that's probably going to be our default and what we would kind of go forward with initially. We do identify there's the potential of a natural gas generator and then the emergency backup power. So we can do that sort of research from a staff perspective, working with Facebook over the next few months, but it's most likely that the application that will be filed is going to be for a diesel generator. And at some point in time, we're going to need to make a decision to be able to move forward. So if time were not an issue, then we could definitely pursue all the options. So we're going to do some due diligence over the next few months, but then we'll know for sure by June which way we're going to go forward.
Could I get a commitment that someone will discuss it with the PCE folks?
Yes.
And
Yeah, we're already in conversation with them. Yeah.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you.
So and I just used that as an example of things that we're kind of working on. As you recognize, it's not a decision tonight, but if there's anything that wasn't reflected in the staff report in terms of what we said we're going to do, we will want to work through to make sure it's the direction across the entire council on some of these topics, because of we cannot leave with mis-expectations to be able to keep on this sort of timeline. So I'll probably kind of try to do a little bit more explanation of things so that we leave tonight with common understanding.
Thank you. So another piece that I think is should be looked at is circulation, and I don't know at what point that happens, but it's obviously a big issue, both for getting, well.
Sorry. So if you go ahead and complete that thought in terms of circulation to the site or on the site, or both?
Both.
Okay.
Primarily, I'm thinking of to the site, both as was discussed so that residents in Haven Street, there will obviously be, depending on what happens with the Gray Star projects, there's a lot of residents who are going to be in the Bayside area, and it would be good to know upfront what access there will be for them. I think it's going to be difficult with cars. Obviously, that would. So how can we do that? Provide the best infrastructure for active modes of travel.
Great. So just taking that as an example. So a previous speaker alluded to that about crossing the railroad tracks. Yeah. So the city has two documents. One's accepted by the council. One's in the works. One is the Parks and Rec Master Plan, talks about exploring a crossing of the railroad tracks, and then there's the Transportation Master Plan that we're hoping to bring to conclusion this year. So, and that also identifies the crossing. So the city has two documents. That's kind of a known thing. It's not associated with this project. We can't burden the offer from Facebook, but we are definitely they're aware of that future requirement. We want to make sure that we're not doing anything that would preclude that from happening, to make sure that there's adequate space for any ramps over the railroad tracks, under the railroad tracks. So those are all kind of considerations that we have. So again, an example of just giving a little bit more explanation for the benefit of the council and the community. So circulation to the site from the railroad tracks, and then the on-site circulation is definitely part of the project.
One more item that will probably be in the exact same bucket will be just to make sure that we have commitment from, presumably from council, that we will have sufficient staffing to run the center for have operating hours that reflect what the community needs. And because obviously that's been an issue currently where the community is asking for longer hours. We don't have the staffing for it. So just so we include a commitment up front that we will have adequate staffing when the center opens.
Great. So just to kind of, as you acknowledged, it's not in the resolution of intent now. There is a mention in the staff report that it is something that would be an issue for discussion later. So, so there's an acknowledgement on staff's part, but in terms of tonight's resolution, there's no specific direction or action requested.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Is there an opportunity to add it? Just to add it now, that the hours will automatically be expanded?
That is a council decision. You can put it in the resolution tonight, but ultimately that will always be a council decision as part of the budget process. But I do think that the council's been very clear about their expectations and the community.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to thank everyone for coming out. Coming to city council meetings on a Tuesday night this late is a commitment. What I'd like to do, and I know we may still have discussion on this, but to move it just along, I'd like just to go ahead and make the motion, and then we can keep discussing it after. But make the motion that the city council adopt staff's recommendations 1 through 10 as listed in the staff report, and then secondarily that the naming decision timeline be created by staff and subcommittee and be published as soon as practicable. So that would be my motion. So like we're not making a naming decision tonight, but a timeline around that would be something that the subcommittee and staff would get together, talk about, and then publish what that timeline looks like as soon as possible.
Right, and that is a part of the staff report. There isn't a specific date, and that's something that Councilmember Carlton and I will work out. I also would like to make sure we emphasize, in order to maintain access and an accessible and inclusive process, that we will be having a community be a part of the subcommittee to make sure that we get enough input. I understand and appreciate all the public comments that talk about the history and as far as building trust with the city of Menlo Park, which is why it's important for specific things to be included in the resolution. We are not here to rename anything. The renaming wasn't even a discussion in the beginning of this project process, but now that it is, it has to be addressed. Definitely about interim services, that is an issue for the seniors. It is a lot more complex than anybody thought, and that is a part of the study session on February 11th. The fact is, and I brought this up, and I appreciate that you have made a motion and you've seconded it because you like to move it along, but it helps to answer some of the questions that the public has had. As far as the study session for the interim services, one piece that was missing from this process is that we did not have a study session in the beginning to give opportunity for the conflicts and challenges that we were going to face to be discussed in an open forum. So now it will probably be done at every single council meeting because it wasn't addressed in the beginning. And so we need to be patient through that process. This is a huge project. It is a project between the public that the community brought with Facebook to us, and so it is a three-way communication that needs to be maintained, and I want to make sure that the necessary language is included in the resolution as opposed to speeding things along, because it got missed, I believe, in the last resolution. So, and I have a couple of follow-up questions.
In all fairness, Mayor, I wasn't trying to speed up the conversation. I was just putting the motion on the floor. As I said when I made the motion, I expected us to continue to have the conversation this evening.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the public engagement process, I spoke with Mr. Curtin during the break, that the public engagement process is a part of the resolution. So in order to build the trust with the community, it is a part of the resolution, which means that the city has to follow it. It's not just a suggestion, just to give reassurance. And I believe, what was the other questions that came up? As far as the being able to use the facility, is this facility going to welcome the same users that use the facilities today? And that means all of them. And I believe it was Mr. Perkins that brought that question up. That part needs to be discussed within the subcommittee, and also that the community team that will be created and picked specifically by the subcommittee to make sure, my goal is to make sure that everyone that you see in the facilities today are still using the facilities in 2022 or 2023. That is my goal, and I'm hoping that my subcommittee member, Councilmember Carlton, agrees with that. And if that means we need to create policy to make sure that that happens, and that's what we will do. But be reassured, and I will say this at every meeting, that I will do everything within my power to empower the community and empower the council to make decisions through a lens of equity and inclusion. That is my goal with this project. I believe that this is the perfect time for it, because there's so much distrust. It's the perfect time to have something that is going to, that we're going to struggle to get through, but the process is going to be well worth it, because we will all not necessarily just benefit from material, but we all will have some growth in it. At least I know I will, and I'm hoping that other people will as well. So with that, don't know if anybody else has any.
I do.
Other follow. I'm sorry, I see your light, Councilmember Carlson.
All right, I have a question for Mr. O'Shea. Now, I don't like putting carts before horses, as they say, but I'm hearing something from staff that's slightly different from the way I'm interpreting what's in the report. And I won't go into this too greatly until we go through our process of how we prioritize our projects this year. But I'm hearing, and we'll go into this further with the next thing that comes up, we're short-staffed. And we can't do everything we want to do. And we hear that every single year. You know, we have a list of 100 things we want to do, and we have to somehow whittle it down to what we can actually functionally get done. And that's just the reality of life. And it stinks, because we all wish there was more we could get done. I also deeply appreciate that you want to see this get done, because as I used to joke about the government snails whizzing by make us dizzy sometimes, and a lot of that is necessary. We have to have a lot of outreach and all this, but I don't mind that you're putting the fire on just to make sure that it keeps pace to get it finished in a good time, and I'm sure people with children appreciate that in particular. But I'm hearing from staff, well, we're going to have to take some safe route to schools off. We're going to have to maybe not do these intersections. And I'd like us to sit down and make sure that, I want this to be done quickly too, but I'd like it to be done in a way that is reasonable. We sit down together and we say, yeah, here's an agreed timeline, let's stick to it. And make sure that it's something that can actually be done, and in a not too painful way. And so I guess my question is, I don't know exactly how this is going to pan out until we have the meeting later in the week, but Is Facebook married to a date and it has to be that date, or can we sit down and work out this is a date that's actually going to be the best thing for all people involved?
It's a good question. I was thinking there about some of the presentations that came on tonight, the amount of time that some projects take to go forward. That Mid-Peninsula project about closing the Bay Gap, the gap. When I arrived in Menlo Park 8 years ago, we were talking about that, and it's only now getting built. So Facebook doesn't want to spend the next 5 or 7 or 10 years, talking about doing this project. I'm on this project because I'm the guy who gets stuff built and gets stuff done. So
I think
that's
everyone
why,
in this room wants to see it get built.
Yeah. So I totally respect that. I think it's the council's decision to make the project a priority and to weigh everything else up against all the other projects and staff time and everything. That's totally the council's decision. And our goal is to build, as I say, I think for us, our goal is to build the facility as soon as possible for the residents that are in Menlo Park today. And I think setting goals, they're ambitious, but I think in my experience, if we all work together, there's going to be a lot of hard work done. I think, as Mayor Taylor said, it's going to be a lot of community engagement. We've already started a lot of that. So I feel like we're off to a good start, and it's going to be hard work, and it's actually going to be a great process for everybody. And I think we're really excited to move forward as quickly as possible. And that's where we're at.
We are too. As I said, I think everyone in this room wants to make sure that it gets done sooner rather than later. But we'll talk later in the week.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So are there any follow-up questions, comments, concerns?
I would just like to confirm what's on the table. What is the motion? Current motion, is it with or without the naming?
So the motion was
deadline, the naming timeline.
The motion was two pieces. So the first was to adopt staff recommendations 1 through 10, and then additionally there was the second piece of the motion was just that the council subcommittee would meet with staff and as soon as it was practicable release a timeline for the naming decision, and that was it. So it's not prescriptive as to when, it's not what that looks like, just as the subcommittee is going to meet with staff and then let people know any details about what that naming decision would be from a timeline perspective. And I can take that out if you guys want me to. I was just trying to.
It's a part of what the subcommittee is going to be doing next week.
Excellent. So then that's the motion.
And any new information will be on the website. Any new information will be on the website. And two things that I forgot to mention. One is taking the comments about translating the information into Spanish. We will do the best we can. I do not have an answer for you right at this moment. The second was, I believe, your question around circulation. But I believe that Mr. Murphy answered that. Okay. So we can proceed with the motion that's on the table.
Just through the mayor. So I think I'm just double checking with the city attorney. I think we were looking to kind of have everything contained within the resolution. So there's actually item 9 within the resolution that's specific to naming. So I just wanted to see whether to amend that statement 9 to include the portion of the motion about subcommittee reporting back on the timing. So I think it's the same language that's fine.
Great.
Okay.
That's fine with me if it works for you guys. I'll make a friendly amendment to my motion to include that language in the resolution. Okay.
Councilmember Carlton?
Yes, it's fine. Coming up with the timeline is a part of the process. So.
The motion passes unanimously with Vice Mayor Combe recused.
Mayor Taylor, with respect to the agenda, I wanted to ask, just in case there are people here from H5, what I was hoping to say, Council Member Nash and I have conferred and also wanted to just real briefly visit this because I think we can sort of address this and then continue it to another night. So what we were hoping to do is if we could just call H5 briefly and then see if it's something that can be moved to a different evening.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so
Thank you.
on H5, without taking a staff report, what we would propose to council is that there not be, because there is some belief that there's a hiring freeze in place. So just make it clear from council tonight, there's not a hiring freeze in place. And then to move this discussion until after goal setting, if council's in agreement to that, and then we can just move H5 to that time, to that meeting after council goal setting. Does that work for everyone?
I agree.
All right. We're all set? Good.
Okay, so our next item is H3. Oh. I forgot to ask, was there any public comment for H5? Should have known. Couldn't get away that. I don't know. Okay. Karen Grove, just to clarify, you can come up to the microphone. We just had a discussion about H5, about discussing it after goal setting. But since you had your speaker card in there beforehand and I didn't check, you can go ahead and make public comment, and I will take note of it.
Okay. I hope it's relevant, and I'll keep it short. I did make comment before about how basically the theme was let's not be penny wise, pound foolish, because there's a lot of opportunity, things that are making us inefficient because we're understaffed, and I'm mostly associated with housing, and opportunities that will make us more efficient and just a better city that we'll miss if we don't have appropriate staffing. So to add to that, I have some actual examples. For example, if we had sufficient housing staff and we had updated the downtown specific plan, then the 706 Santa Cruz development might have more housing. If we had updated our BMR commercial impact fees, relatively soon after the Nexus and the BMR subcommittees of the Housing Commission had completed our work, which was before August of 2018, then we would be potentially receiving an additional $494,763 in impact fees from that project, just for the commercial use. And at the end of today, you'll have an update on the short-term rental work of the Housing Commission. Had we done that work closer to the time that it was put on the list a couple of years ago, we could have been collecting $900,000 to $1,350,000 each year that we're not currently collecting in transient occupancy tax. So I encourage us to do not reduce housing staff, increase them. We are growing, and our workload will be growing. We're starting the RENA process. That's going to be a ton of work. Also, as we build more BMR units, it takes work to make sure that they're in compliance. And the idea that we only need staff now because of the library project or the community center project it's not realistic, because just think back a couple of years, we had the other library project pop up, and then we had the Guild Theater pop up. We're going to have more and more people, more plans, more homes to build. There's going to be more work. And our city is going to, the population is going to increase, so we'll need those staff. So that's it. Thank you very much. I hope that's still relevant.
Thank you. Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am really glad to hear that decision to put the staffing question until after goal setting, because the comment I was going to make was about putting the cart before the horse in terms of prematurely limiting the ability to set priorities with staffing before actually setting the priorities. So this is really great. And in terms of making those decisions, as somebody who's been paying attention to transportation and safety, I'm really very concerned based on some of the suggested trade-offs because of safety reasons that some of the safety projects that have been on the books for years will be continued to be delayed and delayed and delayed. And these projects have been delayed because of staff vacancies and staff turnover. So it may be true that there are some projects that are finite projects that we may want to have some contract staff or temporary staff to do for a project that will come and go. But for things from the Transportation Master Plan, we have a stream of safety improvements to improve safety within the city to achieve our Vision Zero goals. And if we see a prioritization that says we can only do one safety improvement per year, because of staffing, that seems to be, really cutting back on one of the main goals that the city should have in terms of delivering safety improvements, safe streets for our residents of children and all ages. So I do thank you for deferring this and then encourage you to make staffing decisions that will enable us to deliver on those safety improvements in the Transportation Master Plan to achieve our Vision Zero goals for people in multiple parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. The last public speaker is Elias Blowy.
Elias Blowy, Menlo Park resident. This expands some on my comments from before as to one of the agenda items. Consider as you think through, I appreciate the need for additional staffing. I appreciate that staffing needs are diverse from having looked at the list. There are police dispatchers positions and a variety of other things in here. But think about, you're considering the supply side, available staff. Consider the demand side as well. Again, to my earlier points, your resources have been badly distorted by development pressure. The city is on overdrive currently. Now, much of this is legacy, frankly. They're decisions and politics of years past. But you have an opportunity to reset that going forward. Consider Patty Fry's comments in oral communications as well concerning the rate of build-out against the plans that are approved. You're almost done. That's not rational. The system is from being in your building department for a series of 4 or 5 meetings and watching the workflow over the hours. It was unmistakable. There are tremendous resources going in there. Look at your Middle Avenue proposal. I won't talk about that other than to support it in general, but read the fine print about the delays in that project, directly tied to commercial trade-offs. We need to stop that. So yes, get available resources, but also think about the things that's the supply side. Think about things that are driving the demand side that we need to turn the burners down on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the last public comment for H5, and now we will go back to H3. I'd like to introduce our Deputy Community Development Director for Housing, Rhonda Kaufman, and Interim Public Works Director, Nikki Nagaya, to make the presentation to authorize an agreement with Mid-Penn Housing for transportation improvements to support their affordable housing and sustainable communities funding application.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Taylor and members of the council. As you said, tonight staff is recommending that City Council authorize the city manager to execute a side letter agreement to affirm the city's commitment to prioritize and complete specific transportation pedestrian and bike improvements to support Mid-Penn's affordable housing and sustainable communities grant application for their development at 1317 to 1385 Willow Road. By way of some background, this is 100% below market rate multifamily housing development. It will include 140 units with the addition of 58 net new units that are affordable to very low and low income households. In early 2019, the city approved a loan to Mid-Penn for up to $6.7 million to support this housing development. Mid-Penn identified AHSC as a promising funding opportunity to provide gap financing critical for their project, as well as to fund transportation, infrastructure projects, and improve transit service. The AHSC program awards funds to projects that connect affordable housing with low-emission transportation and infrastructure. In September of 2019, the City Council approved a commitment letter in support of this application and also authorized staff to partner with Mid-Penn to identify the highest scoring transportation improvements that meet the grant criteria. The AHSC program is expected to award over $400 million in funding in 2020, and grant applications are due in February. Mid-Penn is currently working diligently with the city to finalize their application for submittal. And with that, I'll turn it over to Nikki Nagaya to provide some additional information. And also, I would just note that Mid-Penn staff are here tonight to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of the council. So given the hour, I will just give a very brief overview, and then we're happy to take any questions. And we have slides of the improvements if you have particular questions on any of them. But I'll just start by way of a process check-in that we were here back in September on the 24th, asking for the council's concurrence to partner with Mid-Penn on this grant application. We identified that we'd be coming back early this year to talk more specifics, and so here we are. This map, thanks to Mid-Penn and their team for putting this together, identifies the scope of the improvements as were summarized in the staff report. But essentially, the blue items on the screen are pedestrian improvements, which are widening sidewalks along Newbridge Street here between the Ringwood overcrossing of 101 and roughly Carlton Avenue. Right in front of the Mid-Penn housing project, as Rhonda described, at the 1300 block of Willow Road, there would be improvements to the frontage for pedestrian access. Those would be delivered as part of the project. And then the green lines on the screen are proposed bike improvements. And so what's proposed here would be in the westbound or southbound direction on the orientation on the map, a protected bike lane. So that's a bike lane that's separated from vehicle traffic with a curb or a buffer. And so that would be delivered just in the one direction because we've identified that to deliver in both, there may be right-of-way needs and the need to move the curb on the east side of the roadway. Finally, there are 3 dots along Willow Road showing intersection improvements at Ivy, O'Brien, and Newbridge Street. So again, I'm happy to talk through those specifics in more detail, but that's the general scope of what was proposed as part of the grant application. As mentioned in the staff report, we've been working very closely with the Mid-Penn team and working through Caltrans approvals to try and get concurrence about the scope of work. As of yesterday, we received a draft support letter that we are continuing to review and work with them on the specific language to make it as strong as possible. But we think that we have a viable partnership for those improvements. And then we've worked with Mid-Penn over the last week to also include the improvements that were identified as a backup option for Class 3 bike routes to be added on Ringwood Avenue and Van Buren Avenue. These are all improvements that are identified in the draft transportation master plan, but we are pulling them out and trying to deliver them through the funding opportunity that's in front of us. So again, happy to take further questions on the specifics for the projects, but with that, we'll close and take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about Willow Road and Ivy. That's a part of that corner is a part of the traffic calming measures. how does the traffic calming measures and the application for the improvements, how do they overlap, or are they completely separate?
So the scope of the improvements at Ivy, oh, excuse me, I just went too far. Can we go back just one slide? One more. Something is missing. Okay, never. Yeah, it's just, sorry, something's being a little finicky. I think the computer is tired at the time of day. So in general, they will work together, but they are separate improvements. So the traffic calming work would be delivered as planned, as part of the requirements that were imposed on Facebook as part of their campus expansion project, and these improvements would be delivered by the city in partnership with MidPenn as part of the funding opportunity.
So here's my next question on there. Which one will happen first?
So the challenge with Ivy, as we identified as part of the traffic calming plan, is that it's within the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission right-of-way, and so Ivy Drive is shown on the screen from roughly back of sidewalk to back of sidewalk, and continuing all the way across the intersection is the PUC, requires PUC approval in addition to Caltrans. So it's a long way of saying that depending on the scope and complexity of the improvements and the potential that they impact the water line that's under the street, the PUC may approve these changes before the traffic calming improvements in the right-of-way. That said, there are a host of other traffic calming improvements in the neighborhood that we're working very diligently to try to implement as soon as possible. So the PUC area of jurisdiction is kind of a unique case that will continue to move both forward in parallel.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Do you have any idea how much time and money it will cost the city to pursue this?
So the potential cost to the city is primarily staff time related to supporting the application development, which between September and now has been pretty significant in trying to develop a deliverable project that meets the goals of the ASIC program. Going forward, we would look to likely hire a consultant to do the detailed design development, and then delivery of the construction project would be either delivered by the city or potentially through Caltrans, depending on their willingness to take the funding and implement the improvements within their jurisdiction.
So Caltrans might pay for the contractor?
No, I'm sorry. They may help us build the project because they have work planned to pave Willow Road, but I would not expect Caltrans to bring funding outside of that paving project to the table.
But aren't they getting the majority of the money?
Yes.
Okay, so I look at this, and then we have this conversation all night, all week, all month, all year. And, this comes at the cost of the El Camino Real crossing improvements. I don't know if you guys remember, we had a couple of children hit. One, I think, was killed quite a while ago, and then one was injured very badly. To Mr. O'Shea's point, we've been talking about that for 6-7 years. I feel like this should be a study session. We shouldn't be making this decision tonight. This should be one of the things that we consider when we get together later this week, because it comes at a cost, just like everything else we do comes at a cost. It's great information to have. It's a great project to consider, but we have to look at this in terms of balancing everything else that we need to do. And I'm not going to vote for this tonight. I'm not going to do it because I need to know what else I'm not doing to make sure that I am doing this. And it doesn't mean I might not think it's the best project ever and totally be behind it later in this week. But this is putting, again, we keep using that phrase, the cart before the horse. And I think it's a great presentation. I just think it's a study session. And I will be happy to make this decision in the context of how we prioritize everything else.
I have a follow-up question, Councilmember Carlton.
Sure.
So what would be the topic of the study session? Safety improvements?
It's exactly the same thing. It's just I'm not going to make the decision tonight. It should be one of the things that we consider when we get together, one of the projects that we consider, whether or not how we prioritize it in terms of everything else we have to do.
What are the timeline constraints at play here?
Yes, that's exactly where I was going to respond. So the grant application is due February 11th. So we, in order to meet those timelines, we had a call with MidPenn earlier today that outlined our staff needing to provide materials to them no later than close of business tomorrow in order to meet the timeline so that the materials can be put together and submitted to the state before February 11th. And that's why we're here tonight.
2 days is going to make a difference?
On these timelines for the scope of the application preparation, yes. And we've been going back and forth on the scope with the team since we were before the council last in September, trying to get a package together that will be able to be eligible for funds under ASIC. And if the application is not submitted in partnership with MidPenn, it's not just the scope of the transportation projects and the infrastructure improvements that are potentially then at risk. It's also funding for the housing component of the project. And as Rhonda mentioned, there are representatives from MidPenn here that may be able to speak better to what that does for delivery of the housing at the 1300 block.
And I'm super irritated that Caltrans gets most of this money and they're not helping get it done. And I'm not comfortable taking off things like Willow's Neighborhood, bike safety improvements, crossing improvements, and trading that for things like a bus shelter. I feel like it has merit, but I'd like to see it in terms of everything else. And I just don't accept that 2 days is going to make a big difference. But maybe I'm wrong.
Councilmember Mueller?
Is it both of your professional recommendation we should move forward on this tonight?
Yeah, the grant application is very time sensitive, and as Nikki outlined, MidPenn, it's a very comprehensive application and a very competitive process, and it's once a year. So MidPenn does have to organize the application, and so they've requested that we submit all of the necessary documents from the city to them so that they can prepare that in order for submittal by the February 11th deadline.
And then we actually have to win the grant?
Correct.
All right, so this is just to see if we win the grant.
Yeah, and I think to answer the question about whether we should move forward, frankly, we had the same concerns about resources that you're identifying here tonight, and that's why we wanted to bring it forward to the council to prioritize this as a work effort back in September. And so that's where we took the direction to move forward and continue to identify projects in order to make sure that this should be prioritized. And those lists of projects that could be delayed are the same list that we shared back in September. And so they've been on the list as things that we haven't been able to start due to staffing constraints and turnover in staff. And so we'll continue to move them forward as we can, as resources allow. But if we want to partner with MidPenn on this application, there's also performance requirements. And so you have to build the improvements within 5 years of receiving funds. And we wanted to identify that means that these improvements would need to be prioritized for delivery over other projects in order to make sure that we don't jeopardize funding not only for these projects, but for the entire housing project that MidPenn would be receiving money for.
But the thing that's forcing this project up the list in terms of priority is funding availability.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
At this time, we'll take public comment. Our first public speaker is Karen Grove.
I'm really glad that Nikki reminded us all that this was discussed as a priority, and that was a really valid point you're raising, but thankfully you've already deliberated that, and I hope you don't relitigate it tonight. I am speaking now as myself and also as a member of Menlo Together. We are a group of Menlo Park and Peninsula residents who envision a city that is integrated and diverse, multi-generational, and environmentally sustainable. And we are so excited to have submitted a letter in support of this application to Mid-Penn so that they can include it in their application. It contributes to bike and pedestrian safety, which is a priority for us. It contributes to equity by upgrading the quality of streets in Belhaven, a part of the city that has greater need than other parts of the city and has not had issues of safety responded to in as timely a manner as our side of 101, my side of 101, I should say. It provides additional units of much needed, deeply affordable family housing, and it will reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the bike and ped improvements and 2 new express buses provided by funding. You know, some of the funding will go to Samtrans to provide services to our community, and that's how these collaborative grant applications work. And that is super significant. And bus shelters may not seem like a big, important thing, but the community of Belhaven has been asking for them and asking for them and asking for them. So it's great that they are part of this application. So Menlo Together is thrilled to support it, and I hope that you will too.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Pamela Jones.
Good evening again. Still Pamela Jones, resident of Menlo Park. I am also a member of Menlo Together, but I'm speaking for myself. Although I supported the letter that we sent in. I support the Mid-Penn project as I have all along, but I do have a concern that but it sounded like we're beginning to get support from Caltrans. Without that, then the alternative projects were over here, which doesn't make sense to do a project over there and then do traffic mitigations over here. So whatever needs to be done so that we have Caltrans working with us, then I'm really happy about the project. And also, it's to remind you that at the time you did your approval in September, the Ravenswood City School District had not closed Willow School. So you now have that piece where the students, the residents in that area are going to be sending their children across the freeway to get them to Belhaven School. So there's different circumstances than there were at the time in September when this was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Jen Willison.
Good evening, Council. Jen Wallison. I'm representing Parents for Safe Routes, although I also am a member of Menlo Together. And I hate it when projects bump other projects. It's the bane of my existence. And a lot of the projects on that list are projects that I've tried to elevate. But this is the problem when we're always fighting over different pieces of the pie and not looking to make the pie bigger. So that's just a plug for more investment in safe routes and safer biking and walking transportation. I do think that this particular project addresses historically underinvested communities' needs. And this is a huge opportunity that is much needed. I had the opportunity a few years ago to go walk across Willow Road at Newbridge with now Mayor Taylor. She typically invites people to come make that walk with her, and if any of you haven't had that opportunity, I highly recommend taking her up on it. And it is terrifying. And the fact that when we were out there were kids and families walking across it, and you just hold your breath. And so these are much needed changes. And to reiterate Ms. Pam Jones's point about the Willow Oak School closing and the children now traveling to Belhaven, they're going to be crossing Willow Road more and more, hopefully in buses, but some may walk and bike. Beechwood School, Tide, Mid-Penn's right there. And I also want to remind you that a few years ago, Sequoia Union High School District redrew the boundary lines, and now the kids from East Palo Alto are coming to MA. They cross Willow Road, they cross on Newbridge, they cross on Ivy, and they bike. So these are really important, long-awaited changes. And if Mid-Penn is opening up the opportunity to get this done, I think we need to jump on it and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members. Adina Levin, Complete Streets Commissioner, speaking for myself and also as Menlo Together. We did send in a note supporting this project. I am a big fan of the ASIC program. This is something that takes cap and trade money and uses it to fund transportation improvements to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that are in conjunction with affordable housing, which also helps people living in affordable housing to live with fewer expensive cars. The improvements in this, that Samtrans bus route, I don't know if you've had a chance to really take a look at that. That is one of the express bus routes that goes from East Palo Alto, Belhaven, and Menlo Park onto 101 express lanes to San Bruno BART, and you can go on to San Francisco. So this is an express route that can get from Belhaven neighborhood to San Francisco. This is really powerful and great. In terms of the bus shelters, I don't know if anybody has tried to stand at that intersection and catch the DB bus in the rain. It's really miserable. And this is really important to give people, practical non-pneumonia-inducing options to not drive. I think, and having safety improvements in Belhaven are really important. Per previous speakers, the intersection improvements at Willow are many, many, many times more valuable than sharrows on some of the streets that are far away. So that's something that's really important, to be able to do those extremely high value improvements over the lower and less relevant ones. Also, I'm concerned about staffing. And I am wondering if there's any way to meet the timeline while having the city be able to do the prioritization and work with staff to find some way of being able to do these important, needed projects in underserved Belhaven and not have to further defer the much needed safety improvements on El Camino, which is a different hazard in our community and is also something that has been delayed. So I hope that there is a way that we can figure out with a staffing strategy that can deliver both without having to sacrifice one for the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker. Are there any follow-up questions or comments? Councilmember Mueller.
I'm just gonna go ahead and make the motion. If people have more questions, it's great. But I'm going to move the City Council authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Mid-Penn Housing for transportation improvements to support their affordable housing and sustainable communities funding application to be available by 5 p.m. on January 23rd, 2020.
I have a follow-up question. If for whatever reason the grant is not approved, so does this improvement just falls back on the list? Or is there a way that the city can actually pay for the improvements?
So what we were tracking in terms of the total budget that would be funded by the grant is roughly $2 million. So as soon as the TIF kicks in February, we'll be able to collect a higher cost towards improvements, but there's not currently funding to be able to deliver these on the same timeline as what we're looking at with the grant opportunity. That said, the budgeting process would be the place where we could look for monies to be able to deliver them if we're not successful in the grant.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about, is there a comprehensive plan, or is that what the TMP is supposed to be, the comprehensive plan?
Yes, the transportation
Instead of-
master plan is the comprehensive plan of all the improvements across the city, and we used that as the basis to inform these projects.
And I don't remember this, which is why I'm going to ask the expert, a part of the TMP included improvements at Willow and Newbridge. Was that a redesign, or was that just painting, striping, changing the timing of the light to give more time for pedestrians to cross, or is it both?
So at Willow and Newbridge, the TMP identified kind of two project elements. I will say the first is the changing of the light timing, the signing, the striping. Those are the improvements that are proposed to be funded as part of this grant opportunity. There's also a second round of improvements that need to be studied in more detail that may include a broader reconfiguration in the future. But because those aren't identified in sufficient detail to be able to commit to delivering on this timeline, we know there's community outreach that's needed to discuss those improvements. That would be a follow-up item.
So the redesign wasn't a discussion in the TMP?
There's the call out to
study it.
To study it and
Okay.
develop what that is.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
Yeah. So, honestly, it upsets me when we talk about the merit of whether we should do a project in an intersection or not on the basis of whether or not it was in an overserved, middle-served, or underserved community, when we should be looking at the actual safety of the transportation and the pedestrians and what's actually happening statistically, engineering-wise, on each street and each intersection. And a lot of children cross Middlefield and Ravenswood both ways to get to MA, to get to Hillview. Some of them have been killed, and some of them have been seriously injured on these intersections. That's why these people have been waiting almost 10 years for us to actually step up and do something. So I get, when we say we're going to do something, we haven't gotten around to it, because we do that for better or worse throughout the city. And as I said, I'm not against this. I just want to make sure that we're intelligently prioritizing things. And Councilmember Mueller's taught me a lot about transportation through the years in terms of, I get emotional, and he's like, no, actually look back at the engineering report, look back at the facts. And I try and keep that in mind when I look at these things. So what support, I heard someone say we're going to get support from Caltrans. What support is Caltrans going to do? If they're getting the majority of this money, how are they helping us? How are they stepping up? Why are we doing the heavy lifting for them?
So just in terms of the overall priority, I was just trying to pull up a number of these projects as we went through the draft development of the transportation master plan. We've prioritized projects into different tiers. So we had a higher ranking tier 1 and a lower priority tier 2. So and these are just two examples that I was able to pull up as you were introducing the question. Willow and Ivy and Willow and O'Brien were both tier 1 projects in the transportation master plan. So these are definitely high priority projects that the city was choosing to put forward to improve the crossing conditions of Willow Road. So that's kind of one aspect. The Caltrans support at this point in time has been primarily consulting with them to make sure that we will be able to get through their approval process and deliver these projects in that 5-year time frame. So what they've done is prepare a draft support letter. We got word from the state agency that oversees this funding source that they needed more specific language from Caltrans, which we've been working with them to try and include. there's certainly design review time needed from their staff, but in terms of support, in terms of delivery, a typical Caltrans facility, the same as El Camino, the city would be delivering the project, but with permits and approvals from Caltrans. So the scope of these improvements, it's not necessarily different between Willow Road and El Camino. Caltrans looks to the local agencies in order to put forward projects that are supported by the cities, and they require us to usually fund construction as well as maintenance of those improvements for the life of them. So this is not necessarily a unique circumstance that we're bringing money to the table for a Caltrans surface street. It's a pretty typical thing that we see with Caltrans. That said, I would love to see the investment on streets that the city has control over. I fully understand that point and agree with it, but the way Caltrans works is unfortunately that they look to local agencies to be able to make these improvements, and that's not unique to us or Willow Road.
I guess, as I say, I'm not against this at all. I actually think it's probably a fantastic deal if we can get the grant. I don't like making the decision in the dark because I don't know what I'm giving up. And I feel like if we could have this discussion in the broader context where I understood what I'm giving up, I could make an informed decision. I fear more than anything making decisions without all the facts. So if you guys want to go ahead and vote, I'm going to abstain, and it's not because I'm against it. It's just because I feel like I don't have all the facts to make that prioritization.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
So even if we apply for the grant, there's going to be strict performance requirements. So technically, you're not really making that trade-off decision tonight. You'd be making the trade-off decision later after we were awarded the grant and still prioritize the project over another project. All we're doing tonight is taking advantage of the fact that funding might be available for this project. And then at the time we actually look at all the projects when they're in, one of the things that I remember from the past is we look at need, but we also do look at funding availability when our project goes forward and whether or not we have it in the CIP or whether or not where that funding is going to come from. So I think putting money in the bank now, trying to get money in the bank for this project doesn't hurt. And if you decide you want to go ahead and, I'm sorry, as the city attorney thinking that might not be acceptable.
Yeah, so the funding agreement isn't attached. The grant agreement is not attached, but my understanding of this grant is that the city does need to commit to perform the work if the grant is awarded.
Of course, right.
Yes.
If we would have to commit or we would not.
Yeah, I think in the past 10, 15 years I've been watching council, I've seen them give money back once, and that was only because they found out it was going to do damage. What they planned to do, that was planting trees in an area.
But if that's the case, but I mean, it's kind of like, would you say no if you want, like we're saying here tonight, and what we're saying is, I mean, it's fine. I'm not going to debate the logic of it. I'm just saying if we had the money, we would probably go forward with it tonight. Like if the money was sitting here in the bank specifically for that project with staff, what staff's saying is we do that project right now.
And through the mayor, if I could just clarify to what Assistant City Attorney Cara Silver was mentioning, the grant funding that's received through this program has kind of three elements. One is the scope of the transportation improvements that we've been talking about. Another is funding to purchase buses for the Samtrans lines that one of our public speakers mentioned. And the third is funding for the housing component of the project to actually deliver the affordable housing. So if the city chooses to not move forward with construction of the transportation improvement, it also jeopardizes the funding for the housing and the bus routes. And so that's why we were looking for a commitment to deliver these projects that may be above and beyond what we'd typically ask the council to do, because it could also jeopardize the funding for the other elements of the project, the other elements of the partners are bringing to the table.
So going back to that, how is that endangering the housing?
I'm gonna withdraw my logic. I'm committing to the project tonight if we apply to it. So.
Okay. And just to do a little housekeeping, we need to vote since it's after 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Vote for continuing.
To continue.
Yeah.
So
the housing
we all agree
needs
to continue.
this to be approved for the buses for them to get funding?
So the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities program requires a housing project to also partner with either a transit agency or a public agency to deliver infrastructure projects as well. So it's using cap and trade money to combine all those elements into one grant award. And so the pot of money that the city receives, the roughly $2 million if we're successful, is one element of an application that MidPen is putting together to be able to fund the housing at the 1300 block of Willow Road.
So some of this money goes to MidPen housing as well?
So the total grant request from MidPen is going to be on the order of $20 to $25 million, of which the scope of the transportation improvements is roughly $2 million. So we are a small portion of the funding that MidPen could receive to be able to deliver the housing for this project.
So what's the breakdown? How much is going to MidPen and how much is going to us? I heard it was 25 million and we got 1.9.
Yes.
So how much is going to Caltrans of that and how much is going to MidPen?
Of the 1.9, there are I don't have the specific numbers breaking down the cost of the improvements within the city control versus Caltrans, but roughly half, to give you an idea.
So like 5 is going to build the building?
There's approximately about $15 million will be going to MidPen to help support the development of the housing project. So it's a significant
that changes things. Okay.
amount of their budget.
All right, thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor Combs? You forgot your question. Do we need to take a brief break? Does anybody need a break? Let's vote. Okay.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The next item is H4, certify the project environmental documents, approve the 30% project plans, and authorize the city manager to enter into all necessary agreements and amendments with the Peninsula Joint Powers Board, Caltrain, for the Middle Avenue pedestrian and bicycle rail crossing. We have our senior project manager, Murad Farai, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Due to the lateness of time, I would offer to forego of the formal presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have or the public may have for this item.
That works for us.
Great. I have one question.
Councilmember Carlton?
Sure. I remember there was a very hard stop on the date when this had to be completed. We talk about these dates and when we actually have to legally do things. And they're going to pull, like, what is it, $6.5 million if we don't finish it by a specific date. I thought it was like June 2022, but and I'd given this question to our city manager, so I'm hoping you have that date for me.
You're talking about the $5 million from Stanford plus $1.5 million for
right.
the school district, also from Stanford.
Right.
That is tied to their development agreement. It is tied to the life of development, which has 10 years. So we potentially have 10 years to complete this project, and we have to show progress.
It was 10 years from 5 years ago.
I'm sorry? From 2017, I believe it was approved.
Oh, well, they broke ground. Okay, so my question still stands. What's the date?
Currently, we believe it's 2027. However, we had an internal deadline to complete the project by the middle of 2022 to coincide with the completion of the development at Stanford project.
Okay. I thought it was sooner than that. I didn't think it was a floating date. But I remember Stanford was very clear about pulling the funding if we didn't get there. Okay, that's fine. That makes me feel a little bit better. Thank you.
Mayor Taylor, we do have public comment on this item as well.
Okay, let's take public comment from Jen Willison.
Good evening again. I'm getting my second wind. Jen Wallison, Parents for Safe Routes. And for those people who live on the other side of the train, and all the sides of the train, but this is a game changer, and I'm so excited to see this moving forward and staying hopefully on schedule. I live in Vintage Oaks in District 3, and when my daughter has tennis at Neyland Park, as a crow flies, it's like right there, but oh my gosh, it is a nightmare to get there. And we drive because it doesn't really feel safe getting there. So this Middle Avenue tunnel isn't really just about bikes and peds, even though it's a bike ped tunnel. It's about allowing people to get out of their cars and choose alternative modes of transportation. And this is going to alleviate congestion for everybody. My family will not have to drive to Neyland Park, and this is really going to change the way people cross our town, going to reduce VMT. So I hope you look at it not as this frivolous bike ped thing, but really as citywide infrastructure that's going to help everybody. And I also think it's going to help with grade separation in general. My understanding is that the middle tunnel for bike ped is compatible with either the viaduct or option C. So as either of those get constructed, there's obviously going to be a lot of construction impacts. So having this tunnel available for people to get around is going to be critical. One thing I wanted to point out was that I was at the May 13th, 2019 meeting where they had a cost estimate of the different options. And as of May 2019, the cost estimate for option 3, which is the preferred option, was 20 to 25 million. And I'm just curious how the staff report is now talking about 15 to 20 million. It sounds like it went down 5 million. And from what I know about construction costs, they don't tend to go down. So it looks like there's a lot of value engineering assumptions that are going to be made. And I really encourage the design to be the best design you can, again, because this is critical infrastructure. And also make sure that there's gets in goal setting as a prioritization, which I know there's a lot, which is why we need to keep our staffing up and get a lot done. Thanks.
Thank you. That's our only public comment. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, I just ask. I think I know the answer, but why is it $5 million cheaper?
So staff did do value engineering. We modified some of the features of the design that we had before. Like we had 2 ramps and 2 sets of stairs on either side of the tracks, and we reevaluated and made sure that we are building what exactly is needed for the community, and that way we are able to reduce the cost of the project by a significant amount, actually.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion. Certify the project environment document and addendum to the El Camino Real and Downtown Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report. Approve the 30% project plans and authorize the city manager to enter into all necessary agreements and amendments with the Peninsula Joint Powers Board, Caltrain, within the city council approved budget.
At what point do we discuss the Middle Avenue El Camino intersection and more of how someone would actually get from the tunnel to Neyland Park or beyond?
So I think the first place would be talking about it in terms of priorities on Thursday, and then we could work to develop a more specific schedule for the connection from El Camino on the middle corridor.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is informational items.
Mayor Taylor, we do have a public comment on I-1.
Okay, short-term rental regulations, community engagement and outreach summary, overview, and the next steps. Our public speaker is Elias Blowie, excuse me.
Elias Blowie, Menlo Park resident. So this was actually the item that caught my attention first when I looked at the agenda materials. I was honestly floored when I read this a week or so ago. Why? Well, you heard one soundbite. 25 to 35% of new multifamily residential property is being taken by corporate leases. That's outrageous. What other term can I use for that? We should ban that forthwith. Ban. Regulate it into oblivion. We're struggling with a housing crisis. We are overwhelmed by corporate development, and they are stealing our units. That's ridiculous. Stop. Enough. When are we going to get smart about this? This is just, amateur hour stuff. Second, the report does not deal with important policy questions around STRs and both housing availability and affordability in a meaningful way. Those are the issues up front and center. Read the report, and it's hardly even in there. It's a page deep. You can find a sentence or two. Next, I'm not at all satisfied by the outreach, nor how it is framed. I have hardly heard of this as someone who tracks these issues. I know literally 100 times more about this issue in Truckee, where I have a second home that I am there a few days a year, and I'm not an STR renter, by the way, landlord, by the way. And that's, and in turn, also, by the way, the biggest HOA in the state. I know more about the issue in Orinda, where a horrendous murder occurred in an STR unit, than I do about anything having to do with this issue in Menlo Park. The public process has not happened as far as I'm concerned. There's been no real publicity I know of. I checked that even this evening. There's no pending story in the almanac that we'll get in our mailbox tomorrow. The process is frankly stacked as I look at it. There's a huge long list of economically interested parties that are on that process list. What about the ordinary residents? What about the long-term renters? What about people with the housing issues? It's just not right. I'm tired of dealing with appearance-challenged processes like these. Finally, I'm pretty shocked that the primary focus and direction of the report is around TOT. Let's not regulate. Let's not deal with the distortions to affordability and availability of rentals. But, oh yeah, let's get our piece of the action. That's not right. Just not right. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are you putting a card? Karen Grove.
Hi. I wasn't going to comment, but I will to say that the Housing Commission subcommittee that worked on this, which included me, is absolutely willing to do more extensive public outreach for a second round of changes in policy. In our initial outreach, as described in the staff report, we didn't hear a lot of appetite for more changes. We heard a lot of appetite for collecting the transient occupancy tax, which is already required. So thanks.
Thank you. A follow-up question from Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, I have a question. Excuse me. The only corporate housing I've ever seen rent houses for a year at a time, sometimes 5 years at a time. They're not short-term renters, even though the people they may put in there are there for a short term. Is that correct? That, I mean, that they wouldn't be paying TOT anyway because they rent long term.
You know, my understanding is that there are several different models of corporate housing, so I'm not sure about, you know, I think we'd have to analyze the different scenarios. Certainly if there is a, you know, an LLC that that owns the units, or even leases the units on a long-term basis, and then they could sublease to individual tenants,
Mm-hmm.
and then, you know, there are other, you know, apartments that do specifically target short-term leases.
Because I know that in the Sand Hill Circle, there's one that I know of that is owned by one of the companies on Sand Hill Road, and whoever executive is in town stays there because it's more cost-effective, I guess, for them to have that than have someone stay in a hotel. But
Right.
that wouldn't count for TOT, and it doesn't count really. They own it.
Right. So yes, and that would be quote unquote corporate housing, but it's not a rental situation.
Right.
Yeah.
And I looked at the 400 to 500 units, and I can look into it further. I can't figure out how they came up with that because I actually called Airbnb and I called the other companies, and it's nowhere near that. And I think that's kind of a moot point. I think it's good to get TOT, but if anybody looks at those numbers, I don't think they're correct. But I think that bringing in the TOT for it is fine. Thanks.
Councilmember Mueller.
My questions for the city attorney. Can we, if we wanted to visit the issue, and thank you, Elias, for raising it, and for it being in the staff report, but if we wanted to raise the issue of looking at prohibiting the corporate leases of the residential units, is that something we're allowed to do? And if you don't know right off the top of your head, it's something we can revisit, but.
I think that we already have a regulation that requires one-year leases. So if you're really looking at a model of corporate leases that are geared towards these, you know, one-week stays, and they are being used for in multifamily units, we have a regulation that governs part of that. The other aspect of you know, just banning corporate leasing in general, you know, we'd have to look at that a little bit further.
I'd be interested in looking at it further. So we have a housing crisis right now. If people want to rent hotel rooms, they can rent hotel rooms.
I could offer a 10-second suggestion on that. Be interested.
Go ahead.
If these are the large corporate developer types, if you will, you've got development agreements going on with them. Consider doing it by contract.
Thank you. All right, next item. Oh, Councilmember Nash, you have a question.
Could you explain what the ADUs permitted in multifamily buildings? Actually, it's no ADUs. This is one of the new state laws. It says no ADUs permitted in multifamily buildings. What does that mean? What is an ADU in a multifamily building, according to the state law?
If that question is directed to me, so the new state law allows ADUs in multifamily buildings.
Oh, it prohibits cities from allowing. No, it says several new state laws took effect January 2020, prohibiting cities from allowing short-term rentals of interior or ADUs attached to a primary dwelling in detached ADUs up to 800 square feet, or, and this is what I don't understand, ADUs permitted in multifamily buildings.
Oh, yes. So any new ADUs that come online under the state law, the interior ADUs, the detached ADUs, and the ADUs in multifamily buildings you cannot impose a short-term, or they cannot be rented on a short-term basis. They have to be rented for 30 days or longer.
So does that take care of our corporate?
If the corporate
leases?
situation is if the inventory applies to ADUs, but I think it's broader than that.
Could you come back to us with that? I'm trying to figure out what this actually means, and I'm also trying to figure out, is it only for new ADUs and short-term rentals, or is this a blanket that anyone who has an existing ADU can no longer rent it as a short-term rental, even if they have been doing that in the past?
Right. The state law applies to new ADUs only. The city could regulate existing ADUs if you wanted to.
But anyone who comes in now and builds an ADU cannot use it as a short-term rental.
That's correct.
I remember a previous conversation that we had with someone. I don't remember her name, but I remember she was on Middle Avenue and came to us in tears years before because she needed the money to survive. She was an elderly woman, and she needed to rent out her ADU literally to survive. So, and I remember that because it was really emotional. And I'm just putting it out there that it's, yes, we're having a housing shortage, but some people critically need the money.
I'm trying to figure out what the state law is.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, I remember that really clearly.
So do you have clarity on the state law?
No.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to get it. Okay.
So, yeah, and we're going to be bringing you shortly some a separate program on the new ADU state law. But basically, the new state law prohibits short-term rentals in ADUs. So you can't Airbnb your ADU.
I thought you said new, that there was a grandfather clause for the ones
Correct.
that were already there.
New ADUs.
Right, new
You
ADUs,
can't
right.
short-term rental, new ADUs.
Hence my thought that
What
the
I am
crying
unclear
woman
on
would
is
come
what
back.
is an ADU in a multifamily building.
Okay, yes. Right. State law allows you now to take boiler rooms in multifamily buildings, to take underground parking structures, to take storage sheds and convert those to ADUs. Also, the state law allows all multifamily apartment buildings to build 2 detached ADUs on the multifamily lot, assuming there's room. So there is some possibility there.
Mr. Blowy?
So the grand bargain, if you will, in the legislation was we will liberalize at the state level and mandate it down into the cities more permissive ADU rules, closer to setback lines, the uses of the other spaces, and so on. But in exchange, we're saying as the state, we're mandating that those ADUs cannot be used as STRs. So that's where it is, and it's applying to this group, or I think the intent was, the legislation needs some work, but the intent was to liberalize and get more of these built, but not then have them flipped over to STRs. And it wasn't to deal with pre-existing or old school rules, if you will.
The help. Okay. Right. I guess the next item on the agenda is City Manager's report.
No.
I don't have anything to report this evening.
Can I just ask one question on the City Council agenda topics? What is regular meeting schedule ordinance, first reading?
Oh, I think that's an update to clarify in our own ordinance about if meetings can start earlier as a regular meeting, right? Currently, our ordinance says every Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, and we were looking for a little more flexibility on that.
Thank you. Are there any council member reports?
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Well, actually, I will do it at another time.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. The meeting is adjourned.